Chapter 449. The more serious ones were internal injuries. Every time he destroyed that round of sword slashes, the intense shockwave would shake his internal organs. After accumulating so many times, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had suffered considerable damage. If he continued to fight, his injuries would worsen. Chi. Right at this moment, clumps of red light, invisible to the naked eye, floated out from by Muron's corpse. The amount of red light was actually about the same as the high-ranked blood demons that Shao Qin had killed in the past. Moreover, it was much less baleful and did not have as many negative emotions as the demon dwellers. In an instant, it made Shao Qin's entire body feel a lot more comfortable. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The scarlet throne in Shao Qin's sea of consciousness started to surge. Shao Qin felt the energy he expended recovering continuously. Inside the throne, the pool of blood was also growing in circles. Shao Qin cut off the pleasure and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He suddenly felt much more relaxed. Xiao! A heavy sound rang out. It was the second challenger. Shao Qin's eyes had already recovered their clarity. When he looked up, he saw that it was Tuoba Luyan who had defeated Pei Shaoxian. Tuoba Luyan removed his mace, and the black wolf tattoo on his body slowly spread out. He said sullenly, "Sorry, I do not like to take advantage of others. However, this is a wrestling ring. To you, there is no such thing as fairness." Shao Qin said indifferently, "There is no need to say anything more. Ever since I entered the wrestling ring, I have never thought of true fairness." Hu Qi. Shao Qin activated the blood flame shoes and moved as fast as lightning. Tiger and dragon roars came from his fists as he took the initiative to attack. The other party's black wolf tattoo was a little strange. Shao Qin did not want to give the other party too much time. He wanted to stop the black wolf tattoo from spreading. Bang! Tuoba Luyan calmly swung his spiked mace to receive Shao Qin's fist. The fist and the spiked mace clashed violently. With a loud bang, a ripple immediately spread in the air. Shao Qin used the rebound force from the mace and flipped in the air. The fist wind howled as it punched at Tuoba Luyan's head. Tuoba Luyan reacted very quickly. He took a step back and swung his mace at Shao Qin again. Bang, bang, bang. Using the rebound force from the mace, Shao Qin moved up and down. His fist winds were like lightning as he continuously attacked Tuoba Luyan with the great dragon tiger fist. Tuoba Luyan's black wolf tattoo was forced to stop spreading. He could only continue to face his enemies. He increased his strength a few times. Tuoba Luyan wanted to swing his staff at Shao Qin so that his black wolf tattoo would appear. However, Tuoba Luyan was blocked by Shao Qin. Why is this fellow so strong? Tuoba Luyan could not take down Shao Qin after attacking for a long time. Slowly, he started to feel frustrated. Tuoba Luyan was a barbarian warrior, and that black wolf was the totem of his tribe. If he could not summon it, his strength would be halved. Tuoba Luyan knew that Shao Qin was very strong. However, Tuoba Luyan did not care much about it. After all, he was a barbarian warrior famous for his strength. However, when he clashed with Shao Qin, he realized that his strength could not reach Shao Qin at all. If not for the special material of his mace, he might have been suppressed by Shao Qin. Boom! 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 The great dragon tiger fist worked with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Shao Qin was like a soaring blue dragon. As Shao Qin moved up and down, he forced Tuoba Luyan to retreat continuously, forcing him to retreat continuously. This cannot continue. This fellow does not seem to be injured at all. I have to knock him back in one strike and summon out my totem. Wolf Fong break! Tuoba Luyan shouted and brandished his mace. A black wolf appeared, looking very solid. It carried a vicious aura as it swung at Shao Qin. The black wolf's strange eyes looked at Shao Qin. It looked like a beast god, making one's heart tremble. This strange energy actually has a mental attack as well. Shao Qin smiled faintly to himself. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. It is time to end this. Boom! Not intending to hide his strength, Xiao Chun merged his vital qi and essence. His strength immediately reached 400,000 kilograms of force. The surging energy in his fist wind could not help but explode. Bang! 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 The black wolf was instantly shattered by the explosive energy. It only managed to resist for a moment. Tuoba Luyin laughed loudly and said, "I did not expect you to be hiding your strength. Unfortunately, I am too late." In the short time that the black wolf blocked, the tattoo on Tuoba Luyin's body had already spread out. The image of a black wolf slowly appeared behind Tuoba Luyin. Too late? I don't think so. Xiao Qin shattered the black wolf. The instant Tuoba Luyin summoned his totem, Xiao Chen placed his right hand on Tuoba Luyin's chest. Pu Ci. The palm sword shot out, and a bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in Tuoba Luyin's chest. Blood leaked out of the corner of Tuoba Luyin's mouth, and his eyes filled with shock. The image of the black wolf that was about to form behind Tuoba Luyin slowly scattered. He had not expected that just as the situation was about to turn around, Xiao Qin would immediately end the battle. Bang! Xiao Qin sent out another palm strike. His vital qi and essence merged, and Tuoba Luyin was knocked back by Xiao Qin. Tuoba Luyin could no longer get up. The palm sword circled around and returned to Xiao Qin's palm once again. 48 wins in a row. Can he keep winning? When the many cultivators in the spectator stands saw Tuoba Luyin lying on the ground, their emotions surged. This was Tuoba Luyin, who had defeated even Pei Shaoxian. Unexpectedly, Tuoba Luyin lost to Xiao Qin. Furthermore, he did not even have the chance to use his totem. Pa! Gao Yongyu smacked the windowsill violently. His expression turned sullen again. After that, he calmed himself and said, "Don't be afraid. I still have Mo Yen. He is someone that even Ding Fengqiu could not defeat." Right now, the only people Gao Yongyu could use were Mo Yen and Shifeng. The experts he hired had all been used up on Jiang Zimo and the others. If Gao Yongyu had known that Xiao Chen would be so difficult to deal with, he might have reconsidered his arrangements. When will Shifeng return? Gao Yongyu asked, feeling somewhat frustrated. As the main character of the wrestling ring, Shifeng could come and go as she pleased. Even Gao Yongyu could not control her. Shifeng could come and go as she pleased. She did not care about the wrestling ring at all. City Lord, Shifeng left 2 days ago. The earliest she will return is tomorrow. Gao Yongyu said angrily, "Bastard! To think I gave her such a high reward. She did not even give me face at such a crucial moment. If I let Xiao Chen continue winning, I will lose at least 1 million medial-grade spirit stones." Back in the wrestling ring, Xiao Chen watched as Mo Yen summoned out the 3 shields and stopped moving. He smiled faintly and said, "Are you planning to use the tortoise tactic?" As the shield danced in the air, Mo Yen said indifferently, "Is it a good tactic to end your winning streak?" Xiao Chen withdrew his smile and stomped on the ground ferociously. Bang! A crack immediately appeared in the ground. A wave of qi blades flew rapidly towards Mo Yen as the crack extended. Mo Yen formed hand seals with both hands, and the 3 palm-sized shields quickly enlarged. Then he stomped on the ground as well. A formless energy spread out, and the crack stopped 3 meters in front of the shields. Dang! 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 Seeing that this move did not work, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly punched at Mo Yen. When the fist wind struck the shield, it gave off a loud sound. Xiao Chen's fist turned numb. However, Mo Yen, who was inside the shield, only turned slightly red. He was not affected at all. This shield should be a medial-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, the other party should know some defensive techniques. Otherwise, he would not be so difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen used his pure vital qi to attack several hundred times. However, he could not take down Mo Yen for a long time, so he could only give up and continue using brute force. Mo Yen sneered from behind the shield. "Are you feeling pain in your hand? Come on. I won't fall before your own arm is crippled." Xiao Chen could not help but feel angry. This fellow is too noisy. He is just like a tortoise. No, he is even harder to deal with than a tortoise. When Ding Fengqiu saw the scene, he shook his head slightly. He had personally experienced the might of this shield. That defensive power could only be described as monstrous. Ding Fengqiu even suspected that even a half-step martial monarch would not be able to do anything to this fellow. 49 consecutive victories. As long as he wins one more, he will reach 50 consecutive victories. Is he going to end like this? The cultivators in the spectator stands who had placed some spirit stones on Xiao Chen thought in dissatisfaction as they looked at the clueless Xiao Chen. 3 palm-sized shields floated quietly beside Mo Yen. Mo Yen had a relaxed expression as he looked at Xiao Chen with some mockery. Why is he out of energy? Or is his hand really crippled? Xiao Chen closed his eyes and ignored the other party's words. He started to think of a countermeasure. Ding Fengqiu has the art of controlling swords and an even stronger state of massacre. Even so, he could not break this person's shield. This meant that those under half-step martial monarch would not be able to break this person's shield with pure offensive power. I have to think of another way. It would also be hard to break through with speed. That shield had the ability to automatically capture the enemy's movements. Unless one's speed was Mach 4, it would be useless. If one could not break through with speed or strength, this shield would be a headache for those under half-step martial monarch. It felt like there was no way to break through it. No wonder even someone as strong as Ding Fengqiu could only end up in a draw. I got it. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and his lips curled up in an arc. He finally thought of a countermeasure. If I cannot break it with speed or strength, can I block a physical attack? Can I block a mental attack? Right now, Xiao Chen's mental energy was very strong. It was as strong as a martial monarch's. Although Xiao Chen's attack methods were lacking and he needed a long time to prepare, it was not suitable to use in a proper battle. However, it was very suitable for someone like Mo Yen, who took the initiative to ask for peace. As long as the other party revealed an opening, Xiao Chen would be able to break through immediately. Without the protection of the shield, this guy was just a piece of trash. Suddenly, the mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness started to surge. After a while, it formed a deity. Under Xiao Chen's control, it left the sea of consciousness and flew towards Mo Yen. Xiao Chen left the sea of consciousness and headed for Mo Yen, who was behind the shield. Qi. When the formless deity pierced through the shield, Xiao Chen was surprised to discover that the deity's glow weakened significantly. This shield actually had the effect of weakening mental energy. Chapter 450. Fortunately, it was only weakening and not blocking. Xiao Chen had achieved his goal. Mo Yen, who was inside the shield, looked at the helpless Xiao Chen. He felt very pleased with himself and was about to say a few mocking words when he suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. However, he suddenly realized that the scene in front of him had suddenly changed. On the barren land, a deity with supreme majesty stood in midair. What's going on? Wasn't I in Wrestling City? How did I end up here? Mo Yen thought to himself as he looked around blankly. Oh no, this is an illusion. Mo Yen reacted quickly. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and felt a wave of pain. Then, the illusion before him slowly disappeared. However, when Mo Yen recovered his senses, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already entered the shield at some point in time. Now, Xiao Chen was standing less than half a meter in front of him. How did you get in? Mo Yen exclaimed in horror. However, after Mo Yen finished speaking, he suddenly understood what was going on. Mo Yen must have lost control of the shield when he was distracted. allowing Xiao Qin to take advantage of it. Bang! Bang! Xiao Qin used his fist to answer Mo Yan's question. He sent out an unending stream of fist winds, causing Mo Yan to howl in pain. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I have a turtle shield? Now I am beating you. Mo Yan did not even have a chance to dodge in the narrow space. After he was beaten half to death, Xiao Qin finally stopped. When the spectators saw this, they felt it was strange. They did not know how Xiao Qin managed to find a loophole in the seemingly flawless shield a moment ago. However, after a while, the spectators realized that Xiao Qin had won. He had already obtained 49 consecutive victories. The spectators immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. After defeating 3 of the opponents that Gao Yangyu arranged, Xiao Qin's next opponents were more normal. They were no longer ridiculously strong. Xiao Qin continued to use his vital qi to fight. He felt that the firmament body tempering art was about to reach great perfection. As long as he did not encounter a situation that he could not handle, he would not merge his essence and vital qi. Xiao Qin would not merge his essence and vital qi. As he fought battle after battle, Xiao Qin's consecutive victories started to accumulate crazily. 50, 51, 52, 53. Dong! War drums resounded endlessly. Dragons roared and tigers roared in the wrestling ring. Xiao Qin's aura flourished. Although it was still difficult for him to win, he managed to persevere and win. When Xiao Qin achieved his 60th consecutive victory, the entire wrestling ring erupted with excitement. Several of the cultivators who had voted for Xiao Qin stood up excitedly. 60 consecutive victories. This fellow really obtained 60 consecutive victories. He finally recouped some of his capital. Who could have thought that he would break the record of 60 consecutive victories? Yun Ping's, Xiao Qin's expression became extremely complicated. They clenched their fists and bit their lips. Was it envy, jealousy, or shame? There was no way to describe what they were feeling now. He felt like he was envy or Xiao. Was or was Xiao. Chen was he and was Qin. And was Qin. Xiao Qin and he was. His entire body was filled with boundless energy. Every part of his body was a sharp weapon that could injure others. During the battle, Xiao Qin's understanding of vital qi reached a whole new level. He felt that he was already very close to great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. In fact, as long as Gao Yangyu interfered with the crowd and sent out cultivators to deal with them, Gao Yangyu would not be able to defeat them. If Jiang Zimo and the others fought normally, it would not be a problem for them to obtain consecutive victories. These geniuses cultivated the best cultivation techniques and martial techniques in the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, they had strong comprehension ability and talent. Xiao Qin had reached the peak in every aspect. He would find few opponents under half-step martial monarch. From the fact that Ding Fengqiu and the others could continue winning after their consecutive victories, it was clear that they were not geniuses on the same level as Yun Ping and the others. As long as they could break through Gao Yangyu's sniping, they would be able to continue their winning streak. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, Jiang Zimo and the others' winning streaks ended. Ding Fengqiu looked at Xiao Qin, whose robes were stained with blood and his body riddled with wounds. He felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. This fellow is always so unremarkable. He is neither hot nor cold. However, when he explodes out in the end, he startles everyone. Xiao Qin won every match with great difficulty. There were no highlights at all. It gave the impression that he would not be able to last until the next day. When Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Pei Shaoxian, and Mu Xingya's winning streaks all ended because of Gao Yangyu's sniping, only Xiao Qin persisted. Only he had persisted all the way. Just like in the past, he had won miserably and painstakingly, but he had truly won 60 matches in a row. He didn't use any flashy moves, nor did he use any threatening postures. He was just like that, ordinary, and indifferent as he continued to win his way through the battles. Xiao Rou's final eruption exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Rou smiled happily and said, "Senior sister, Xiao Qin has obtained 60 consecutive victories. Let's see if those people still dare to say anything." Xia Xian looked at Xiao Chen and sighed softly. Unexpectedly, after everyone lost, he is the only one with the last laugh. Boom! Boom! When Xiao Chen fought his final opponent of the day, he opened another 3 acupoints on his left arm. 3 streams of azure-colored dragon qi filled his arms, and all the bones and joints in his body started to crackle loudly. All the muscles in his body pulsed, and his blood surged. The most primitive vital qi that came from his bones continuously filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He thought to himself, "Unexpectedly, I broke through in the middle of a fight. I have reached great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer." Xiao Chen clenched his fists and felt all the energy in his body gather together. Not only did Xiao Chen open 3 acupoints, but his strength also increased from 255,000 kilograms of force to 600,000 kilograms of force. When his opponent saw that Xiao Chen was in a daze, he rejoiced in his heart. He sent out an unparalleled saber light at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Break for me." Xiao Chen clenched his right fist and punched at the sky. There were 2 bang sounds. That dense saber light shattered, and the fist wind exploded. Xiao Chen unleashed a total of 600,000 kilograms of force, forming a whirlwind in the air. He pulled his opponent into the air and spun him around. Defeat. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and punched with both fists. A tiger and a dragon appeared. The roars of the tiger and the dragon resounded throughout the entire arena. The energy of the tiger and dragon struck the bladesman, who was pulled into the air by Xiao Chen's vital qi, and sent him flying back more than a kilometer. After obtaining the final victory, Xiao Chen obtained his 64th consecutive victory. He was now the only gladiator with a winning streak. When Xiao Chen felt the cheers of the entire arena and the gasps of the crowd, he remained calm. He did not have many fluctuations, just like before. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen return victorious, he felt a pang in his heart. He took out boxes of spirit stones while trembling slightly. After 64 consecutive victories, Xiao Chen would be able to obtain close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the madness of his consecutive victories finally revealed itself. Even a regular half-step martial monarch would not have such a large sum of medial-grade spirit stones. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen store the spirit stones into the medial-grade universe ring, he did not congratulate Xiao Chen like he usually did. The gray-robed old man felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. He had not expected this youth to go so far. Close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones was just a small sum. The gray-robed old man was very clear on Xiao Chen's 60 consecutive victories. Gao Yangyu, the banker of the betting area, had lost at least 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. Gao Yangyu probably felt like chopping Xiao Chen into pieces. "Congratulations," Jiang Zimo and the others said with a smile as they walked over to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled gently and politely cupped his hands in thanks to everyone. As for those envious gazes, he chose to ignore them. If Xiao Chen had not mercilessly crippled Yunping, there might still be some discordant voices in the crowd. Unfortunately, these people already knew of Xiao Chen. Under his indifferent appearance, there was a sharp aura. It was not that Xiao Chen did not have a temper or strength. It was just that he could not be bothered with them normally. Furthermore, with Yun Ping's fate before them, who would dare to seek trouble for themselves? They only glanced at Xiao Chen with envy before quickly withdrawing their gazes. Inside the tall tower, Gao Yangyu was not as berserk as everyone expected. Instead, his expression was so calm that it was scary. The atmosphere in the room was very stifling. When the subordinates at the two sides saw the expressionless Gao Yangyu sitting in the middle, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that in the wrestling ring that just ended, Gao Yangyu had lost 4 million medial-grade spirit stones. Originally, he had only bet 1 million medial-grade spirit stones on Xiao Qin. However, someone suddenly increased it to 1 million, doubling Gao Yangyu's losses for no reason. If Xiao Qin continued to win tomorrow and achieved his 70 consecutive victories, the payout would double again, reaching 4 times. Then his losses would reach 800 medial-grade spirit stones. Gao Yangyu had only earned 20 million medial-grade spirit stones. After deducting the various costs and bribing his subordinates, he had only earned a few million medial-grade spirit stones. He had only obtained a few million gold coins. If Xiao Chen continued to win, he would really go bankrupt, and his reputation would be tarnished. After a while, Gao Yangyu tapped the table with his finger a few times. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Why are you all not saying anything? Are you just sitting there waiting for death?" The group of old men exchanged glances, not daring to say anything. Gao Yangyu snorted coldly. Then he turned to the nearest old man on his left and asked, "Are you sure Feng will return tomorrow?" The old man broke out in a cold sweat. He said in a trembling voice, "It is hard to say. She said that she would return tomorrow. However, if she really does not return, there is nothing we can do about her." When Gao Yangyu heard this, his face sank slightly. A strange light flickered in his eyes as though he was making a decision. If Feng arrived tomorrow, all she had to do was end Xiao Chen's winning streak at 70 consecutive victories. Although she would suffer heavy losses, she would still be able to earn a few 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. However, if she came late and Xiao Qin reached 80 consecutive victories, she would suffer a great loss. She would have to cough up all the money she had earned over the past few years. This was the first time Gao Yangyu encountered such a situation since he took control of Wrestling City. The Rank A wrestling ring was held only once every 3 years. In the past wrestling rings, there had never been so many geniuses. At most, there would only be 2 or 3 people competing. Even so, everything was still within Gao Yangyu's control. He had successfully defeated all the other popular characters. Chapter 451. However, they did not expect that an inferior grade martial king, whom they did not pay much attention to, would slip through their net. They had failed to assassinate him multiple times. No, I cannot afford to lose. There is no chance of that happening. It was not easy for me to reach my current position. I have worked hard for most of my life. If I lose the vast resources of Wrestling City, I will never be able to advance to martial monarch. Gao Yangyu finally made up his mind. He said, "Tomorrow, put up a notice to activate the 100 victory rule. If we are going to play, let's play it big." The moment Gao Yangyu said this, the expressions of all the old men changed. They were clearly astonished. Once the 100 victory rule was activated, if Xiao Chen obtained 100 victories, then the people who bet on him would receive 32 times their bets. This was double the original 16 times. However, the requirements were stricter as well. If Xiao Qin did not obtain 100 victories, the people who bet on him would not receive a single cent. "City Lord, isn't this a little too big?" an old man asked, trembling with fear. Gao Yangyu said indifferently, "I am free to think about it. Most people cannot afford to play with the 100 victory rule. Once the 100 victory rule is activated, at least half of the people will stop playing early." Gao Yangyu was right. 60 consecutive victories had already allowed the people who bet on him to double their bets. The risk of a 100 victory rule was too great. Since the establishment of the wrestling ring, no one had heard of anyone obtaining 100 victories. Even in the Rank A wrestling ring, no one had ever obtained 100 victories. The highest record was 80 consecutive victories in the core island of the northern archipelago. After the 100 victory rule was activated, most people would calmly choose to stop while they were ahead. An old man said worriedly, however, that extra 1 million medial grade spirit stones. It is clear that someone wants to make a wild gamble. He might not stop. Gao Yangyu smiled coldly and said, "It is best if he stops. If he does not, I will make him lose everything. Those who go against me will not have a good ending." The crowd thought about it carefully and felt that this was a good idea. As long as they could end the 100 victory rule, they would only lose 4 million medial grade spirit stones. However, if Gao Yangyu failed, the payout of 32 times was terrifying. Not only would Gao Yangyu be finished, but they would also be finished as well. Gao Yangyu's expression eased up as he said, "Don't overthink. Go out and do your things. Give Feng 2 days. How could she not return in time? You still don't believe in her strength." When everyone thought of Feng's horrifying strength, they calmed down, feeling that she would not fail. "Then we'll start to prepare for the publicity. I promise that before tomorrow's game starts, everyone will know about the winner's token. I'll leave first." After the old man finished speaking, he slowly left. Soon, only Gao Yangyu was left in the room. Seeing the final person disappear from his sight, Gao Yangyu's expression immediately turned grave. Killing intent filled his eyes. Under that terrifying aura, all the decorations in the room started to shake uncontrollably. Shao Qin had spent most of his life in the ancient, desolate land. Unexpectedly, an insignificant, inferior grade martial king forced him to take out the all-conquering medallion. When Gao Yangyu thought about Shao Chen's mocking smile at him in the wrestling ring, he could not suppress his rage. If not for the Heavenly Extermination Union, Gao Yangyu would have broken the wrestling ring's rules and personally killed Shao Chen. How hateful! Bang! 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 Gao Yangyu felt depressed as he smashed his palm on the table. The flower pots, water bottles, and wind curtains in the room all exploded. Early the next morning, Shao Qin entered the spectator stands punctually. As usual, he went to his corner and started cultivating again. When fighting with vital qi, Shao Chen's physical body cultivation improved rapidly. In a mere 4 days, he already reached great perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Now that he was at the pinnacle of perfection, he would be done with the cultivation of the 4th level, and he would be able to start on the 5th level. After this opportunity, it would be very difficult to encounter such a high-intensity battle in the future. Shao Chan intended to use the remaining 2 days to make one final push to peak consummation of the 4th layer. Now that they saw Shao Chen's actions, no one dared to say that Shao Chen was making a last-minute effort. If they said that, it would be like slapping their own faces. Those who said that in the past all felt their faces turn red. As time ticked by, the duels in the dueling ring continued in full swing, accompanied by the rumbling drums. However, the spectators did not pay much attention to the wrestling ring. Occasionally, they would look at the spectator stands where the contestants were. Clearly, the matches in the wrestling ring no longer attracted the crowd's attention. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu took out the all-conquering medallion. This is the first time in the history of Wrestling City, right? However, achieving 100 victories is too difficult. In the entire ancient, desolate land, I have never heard of anyone in the other wrestling cities in the surrounding islands obtaining 100 victories. Indeed, I have already withdrawn all my bets. I have already earned 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. I don't want to lose out on something small. Me too. Otherwise, if I fail to achieve 100 victories, I will lose everything. However, I still want to see how many consecutive victories this Shao Qin can obtain. Perhaps it is not impossible for him to obtain 100 victories. The focus of everyone's discussion was on the all-conquering medallion that Gao Yangyu took out. Their gazes were on the spectator stands, waiting for Shao Qin to make his next appearance. Unfortunately, Shao Chun was the last to make his appearance. They had been waiting for a long time. When the sun set again, a cultivator with sharp eyes shouted, "Xiao Qin is coming out!" Everyone immediately looked over and raised their heads in anticipation. The great Qi nations, Xiao Qin seeks everyone's guidance. A familiar voice resounded throughout the wrestling ring once again. Then a war drum resounded. An entire wrestling city erupted into an uproar. Using vital qi to fight his enemies, Xiao Chen used his vital qi to execute the great dragon tiger fist. After 3 days of practice, he had become more familiar with it. Furthermore, he discovered that when he used his vital qi to execute the fist technique, he could perfectly materialize the mysterious phenomenon of a dragon and tiger. Its might was much stronger than when he used his essence. The dragon and tiger roared as Xiao Qin tested out his many ideas in front of his opponents. After the consecutive battles, Xiao Chen's understanding of vital qi rose to new heights. This allowed Xiao Qin to benefit a lot. Xiao Chen did not view consecutive victories as important. To him, the most important thing in these 100 battles was cultivation. The rewards of consecutive victories were very tempting. However, he could not fight for the rewards. Instead, he fought for cultivation. Xiao Chen continuously improved himself through the battles. He had never forgotten that this was only the first round of selection for the ancient desolate tower. The second round of selection would be the truly intense battles. At that time, he would have to face peak experts like Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo. There were 5 or 6 people in his group. Xiao Qin did not dare say that he could defeat them all. If the other groups worked together, the situation would be even more dangerous. After all, there were only 20 slots for the ancient desolate tower. If Xiao Chen could not enter the next floor, it would be very difficult for him to obtain those 20 slots. Boom! 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 Dragon and tiger roars accompanied the rumbling of the war drums. Xiao Chen brought out his 300,000 kilograms of vital qi to the limits. His figure flickered, and when he landed on the ground, cracks would appear on the ground beneath his feet. The circulation of vital qi was much faster than that of essence. Furthermore, Xiao Qin attacked very quickly. This resulted in Xiao Chen's attacks being very sharp. After he could use his vital qi to execute the great dragon tiger fist, Xiao Chen's fighting style was different from before. Xiao Chen's aura sword suppressing his opponent. His strong physique gave him the capital to clash head-on. He won another 6 matches. Xiao Chen already has 70 consecutive victories. This fellow's strength seems to have improved significantly compared to the past 3 days. Did you all notice? He seems to be using this wrestling ring as a place to test something. A cultivator with good observation skills asked when he saw that Xiao Chen was no longer in a sorry state. Now that you mentioned it, I noticed it as well. I remember that the great Qi nation's Xiao Chen is a bladesman. He even has the title white-robed bladesman. Today there is a white robe. However, I do not see a saber. I notice that he has been using his fists and legs. I thought I heard wrong. Could it be that he was in such a sorry state a few days ago just to test the results of his cultivation of his fists and legs? Then he succeeded after 3 days? After the first cultivator spoke, the discussion about Xiao Chen's sudden turnaround suddenly increased. If this was really the case, everyone found it inconceivable. These people had clearly seen the injuries that Xiao Chen suffered in the past few days. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chen had to endure such inhumane pain just to test out a certain aspect of his cultivation, and he had to hide his identity as a bladesman. In the end, an old man sighed softly. This youth is talented and has perseverance. He can endure torture. What's more, he has a calm state of mind. There have never been too many fluctuations because of the rewards for consecutive victories or difficult battles. In this budding age of geniuses, he will definitely be one of the most important characters on the stage. Xiao Chen's performance today had indeed surpassed many people's expectations. He had been in a sorry state for the past 4 days. It was rare for Xiao Chen to suppress his opponent and force him to retreat, holding the advantage from start to end. Ding Feng Chou, Jiang Zimo, and the others exchanged glances. They all felt somewhat astonished in their hearts. At the top of the tall pagoda in the distance, a graceful girl wearing black leather armor had appeared beside a drummer at some point in time. She carried 2 short swords crossed on her back, and she wore a half-black mask, revealing only her face above the bridge of her nose. She looked very mysterious. The skin that was exposed outside the leather armor was very delicate. It was as white as snow and looked very delicate. The figure under the black leather armor was exquisite and very alluring. The black-armored girl looked at the 2 people fighting intensely in the distant wrestling ring. She looked at the white-robed youth with interest. Her deep eyes revealed a pensive expression. She muttered softly, "He is so strong just by relying on his vital qi." No wonder Gao Yongyu felt such a headache. Chapter 452. After Shifeng spoke, she gently floated down. Then she somersaulted nimbly through a window and arrived at the place where Gao Yongyu and the old man were discussing. "Everyone's sorry I am late." When the old man in the room saw the girl who suddenly appeared, his face immediately lit up in joy. He said, "Shifeng, you finally made it back." Gao Yongyu looked at the girl, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He said coldly, "Do you know how much I lost when you left on your own?" Shifeng smiled, faintly under the mask. "I know. A few million medial-grade spirit stones." Gao Yongyu snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget what your adoptive father promised me. He still has not returned the favor he owes me." When Shifeng heard this, her expression sank. She said, "What my adoptive father promised you was that he would do his best to help you once in the rank A wrestling ring. However, he did not say when." Gao Yongyu raged in his heart. However, due to this girl's identity, he calmed himself down and said, "Very well, it's up to you. Just help me end him before he obtains 100 consecutive victories. After that, I will be even with your adoptive father." Back in the wrestling ring, after Xiao Chen dealt with his opponent with his final strike, the 5th day of the wrestling rings came to an end. Today's wrestling rings surprised everyone. Xiao Chen held the upper hand throughout the match. In the end, he obtained 18 consecutive victories. Xiao Chen's winning streak also reached a shocking 82 consecutive victories. The strength that Xiao Chen suddenly displayed caused several people to regret not persisting. If Xiao Chen really obtained 100 consecutive victories, after the victory token was activated, the payout would be 32 times. 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones would become 320,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When the gray-robed old man took out the spirit stones, his expression was no longer one of conflict. Instead, it was one of utter pain. He said with a smile that was uglier than crying, "Congratulations on obtaining 82 consecutive victories." 82 consecutive victories meant more than 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen was already numb to this number. Originally, Xiao Chen only had slightly more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Now he had accumulated more than 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When Ding Feng Chou, Jiang Zimo, and the others saw Xiao Chen slowly walk into the spectator stands, they were not surprised at Xiao Chen's consecutive victories. Without Gao Yangyu's sniping, both of them had obtained consecutive victories. It was completely reasonable for Xiao Chen to continue his winning streak. However, Xiao Chen sighed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen came to the wrestling ring to test his strength. Furthermore, he succeeded. The second round of selection would probably be even more difficult to deal with in the arena point battle. As for the others, they were not so lucky. Many of them found it difficult to even obtain a single victory today. In order to obtain 60 consecutive victories, they used all their skills. It was a starry night. As usual, Xiao Qin deliberated over the battle during the day. Over the past 4 days, he would drag his injured body back to the small courtyard. Today, Xiao Qin finally gained something. He could already use his vital qi to execute martial techniques, achieving the same effect as essence. If he had a fist technique that was on par with the Wukuei saber technique, Xiao Qin was confident that he could achieve the same might as the Wukuei saber technique with just his vital qi. Of course, this was assuming that the Wukuei saber technique did not have a state. Xiao Qin discovered that when he used his vital qi, he could not merge his state with his fist technique. As far as Xiao Qin knew, Bai Lishi did not have a state either. It would be very difficult for a physical body cultivator to use a state. This was also the next problem that Xiao Qin had to overcome. However, that was a problem for the future. The thing at hand was to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer and strive to reach peak consummation the next day. On the last day of the Rank A wrestling ring, thousands of cultivators gathered outside the wrestling ring before it even started. Even though Gao Yangyu had doubled the price of the tickets, they were still sold out immediately. It was extremely popular. If Gao Yangyu could defeat Xiao Qin in this 100 victories, he would be able to earn a lot from the ticket sales alone. However, if he lost, no matter how many tickets he sold, it would not be enough to cover the losses. Unless he spent all his savings, someone else would take over the wrestling ring. Gao Yangyu looked at Shifeng, who was in the room, and said, "If you win, I will give you the appearance fee of 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Not a single cent less." Shifeng said indifferently, "There is no need. Since I promised to make a move, I will definitely do my best." When Gao Yangyu heard this, he felt slightly more at ease. If Shifeng used her full power, even he would feel some fear. The doors of the wrestling ring opened, and the crowd that had been waiting for a long time immediately swarmed in, snatching their seats. Dong! 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 The war drums rang out, and the first-ranked Yun Ping went up first. His complexion was extremely weak and his chest ached. Xiao Qin had used at least half of his strength in that kick, further injuring Yun Ping. Without miraculous medicine, it would be difficult for Yun Ping to recover in a short period of time. If nothing unexpected happened, Yun Ping would lose 18 matches in a row. He would be eliminated in the first round of selections. Indeed, in just 3 matches, Yun Ping had used his essence carelessly, aggravating his injuries and forcing him to give up. However, the spectators did not pay any attention to Yun Ping's matches. They could not even be bothered to boo him. They just quietly left the wrestling ring. Some of the following contestants won and some lost. There were many interesting matches. The matches of Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, and the others were as intense and extraordinary as before. They were very exciting and worth watching. However, they did not receive much attention. They were not much better than the matches of Yun Ping and the others. When Jiang Zimo returned to the spectator stands, he looked at Xiao Qin, who was still immersed in his cultivation. Then he sighed to himself. Today, even Jiang Zimo and Ding Fengqiu had become side characters. Now, Xiao Qin was the only main character in this wrestling ring. Everyone was waiting for Xiao Qin to appear. They wanted to see if he could break the record, create history, and leave behind the legend of 100 victories. Time passed without stopping. The sun rose, and the sun rose high in the sky, blazing hot. Then, the sun set in the west, and dusk approached. Several people started to get impatient from waiting. They started to feel anxious in their hearts. Some of them even cursed the gray-robed cultivator. Why did he move Xiao Qin from number 15 to 125 for no reason? Why did he make everyone wait for so long? No matter how much time passed, what would come would come. When dusk fell, the gray-robed old man finally said, "Number 125, quickly enter the wrestling ring." Xiao Qin stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He got up and floated gently. His figure flickered, and he landed in the wrestling ring. The great Qi nations, Shaoqin, please give me your guidance. A familiar voice, familiar white robes, and familiar expression. Shaoqin appeared in the wrestling ring once again. Roar, roar, roar. The crowd, which had been silent for a long time, immediately erupted with Xiao Chen's appearance, suppressing the continuous drumming. Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, and the others did not care about fame. However, when they saw the enthusiastic atmosphere around Xiao Chen's appearance, they felt some envy in their hearts. When they thought about how silent they were when they first appeared, they still felt some envy in their hearts. After all, the two of them did not think that Xiao Chen was stronger than them. Indeed, Xiao Chen had improved very quickly in the past 6 days. They had not stagnated, either. However, their comprehension of combat was not as obvious as Xiao Chen's. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu looked at Xiao Chen. His eyes looked like they were about to spew fire. He said coldly, "Heavenly tone drums." Right after Gao Yangyu spoke, someone immediately passed on Gao Yangyu's words. The war drums on the 4 towers immediately changed to the heavenly tone drums, which were high-ranked war drums made from flood, dragon skin, and dragon tendons. Boom, boom, boom. The drumming stopped for a moment, and when it started again, everyone in the field could clearly feel the difference. Not only was the sound louder and more imposing, but it also contained a mental fluctuation that made everyone's qi and blood surge and filled their fighting spirit. Although the golden cauldron drum also had such an effect, it was clearly inferior to the current drum sound. When the drums in the 4 towers merged together, the crowd in the spectator stands actually felt an urge to enter the arena and fight. Their hearts unconsciously pounded along with the drum sound. This is the heavenly tone drum, the war drum that is only used in the rank S wrestling ring once every 10 years. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu used it on Xiao Chen. Gao Yangyu is really generous. The heavenly tone drum can make people want to fight involuntarily. During the fight, they will unconsciously bring out their full strength. It looks like Gao Yangyu put in a lot of effort to obtain 100 victories. 100 victories, 100 victories. I hope that Xiao Chen can create a miracle. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stand surged along with the drum sound. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they treated him like he was their own incarnation. After 5 minutes, no one in the spectator stands had challenged Xiao Chen yet. Now, challenging Xiao Chen would require more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Without a certain level of confidence and wealth, it would be very difficult for anyone to make up their minds. Not everyone could afford to lose such a large sum of spirit stones. After another 5 minutes, Xiao Chen's first opponent finally appeared. It was a middle-aged man over 40 years old. He held a sword in his hand, and his footsteps were very steady. His eyes were like swords, and his sword intent seemed solid as it shot toward Xiao Chen. "I am Zhong Zisher. I am here to seek advice from you." Right after the middle-aged man spoke, the sword intent was already less than a meter in front of Xiao Chen. A strong wind blew, causing Xiao Chen's hair to flutter nonstop. When Xiao Chen felt this sharp sword intent, the qi in his heart automatically left his body and welcomed it. Bang! The sword intent and Xiao Chen's qi, which was about to condense into saber intent, clashed, giving off a melodious sound. It was like a real saber and sword colliding. The two forces dispersed with a loud bang, forming strands of cyclones in the sky, and ripples spread out from them. Whew! The two moved at the same time. Before the qi whirlpool scattered, they executed all sorts of killing moves at each other. Dang! 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 Dragon roars and tiger roars resounded, accompanied by the hum of Zhong Zisher's sword. The intense battle started. Their figures flashed, and their speed was extremely fast. Their fists and swords clashed. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Surging sword qi flew everywhere, and surging vital qi shot everywhere. As the two fought, The ground was soon filled with scars. Who? Who? The two of them moved quickly in the arena, not giving way to each other. Everywhere in the sky and on the ground was a battlefield of the two of them. After 300 moves, there was an intense energy fluctuation in the air. Sword chi spread out and surrounded the two of them. A horrifying energy fluctuation exploded out. Chapter 453. It looked like hundreds of flowers were blooming in the air, creating ripples. Explosions rang out continuously in the air, causing space to ripple. No one could see the situation at the center. The crowd watched this scene anxiously. They knew that this was the deciding move of the two. They were eager to know who would emerge victorious. Someone is coming out. Everyone's gazes immediately turned to that direction. They saw a middle-aged man slowly descending from the sky with a long sword in his hand. It was Zhong Zisher. The crowd's hearts tightened. Could it be that Shao Qin lost? Pu Xi. After Zhong Zisher landed, he staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. He stabbed his sword into the ground, doing his best to maintain his posture. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and continued to look up. After all the energy fluctuations scattered, they saw Shao Qin floating in the air with an indifferent expression. Shao Qin's gaze was calm. There was only a faint sword wound on his left arm, leaving traces of blood. Clearly, he was only lightly injured. Pu Xi, I admit defeat. Zhong Zisher, who was on the ground, vomited another mouthful of blood. He finally gave up and left the arena. Shao Qin slowly landed on the ground. He ignored the commotion of the outside world. His spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell and eliminated the interference from the heavenly tone drum. Shao Qin closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for his second opponent. The first opponent of the day had nearly caused Shao Qin to suffer a great loss. The spectators did not see the decisive move in the air. They only felt the surging energy, fluctuations, but did not know how dangerous it was. If Shao Qin had not activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes, it would not have been as simple as a minor injury. His entire arm might have been chopped off. No, I cannot drag out the following matches. After the 100th match, Gao Yanyu will definitely make a move. Since he dared to activate the all-around victory medallion, he must be completely confident. I have to ensure that I am strong enough to deal with the final match. I should not exhaust too much essence and vital qi. Shao Qin opened his eyes and looked at his second opponent. His previously calm gaze turned extremely sharp. Shao Qin had already decided to finish the next 16 matches within 50 matches. He would merge his essence with his vital qi, even if he had to use the 2 strands of dragon qi in his arms. As long as Shao Qin did not expose his identity as a bladesman, it would be fine. He needed to ensure that he had sufficient essence, vital qi, and mental fortitude to face the final, most difficult battle. Fight! The heavenly tone drum rang out, and Shao Qin took the initiative to make an unprecedented move. After the firmament body tempering art reached great perfection, his pure physical strength was already 350,000 tons of force. When vital qi and essence merged, it could reach a terrifying 400,000 kilograms. With a punch, a dragon roared, and a tiger roared, a strong wind howled. After fighting like this, Shao Qin finally revealed all of his strength aside from being a bladesman. Every battle ended within 50 moves, and if he discovered the opponent's obvious weakness, he would end the battle within 20 moves. By the time the 17 battles were over, the sky had turned completely dark. It wasn't because the battles had dragged on for too long. Instead, after every battle, someone would have to wait for a long time before someone made up their mind to challenge them. The closer it was to the end, the longer they had to wait. Thus, the matches lasted more than twice as long as usual. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a surging pillar of fire soared up from the surrounding pagodas, illuminating the dark, wrestling ring slightly. The drummers beside the pillar of fire beat the heavenly tone drum rhythmically, not letting out a single sound from the start to the end. Xiao Chen had obtained 99 consecutive victories. Surprisingly, the spectators outside did not make any noise. They were very quiet. Great waves surged in the spectators' hearts. Who could have imagined that the miserable cultivator that no one thought highly of back then would make it this far, obtaining 99 consecutive victories? As long as Xiao Chen won one more match, he would be able to create a new record. Everyone tacitly stopped talking. Some of them could not bear to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb the white-robed youth in the wrestling ring, who was no more than 20 years old. Amidst the deathly silence, a nimble figure slowly floated down to the center of the field under the illumination of the fiery light. This person wore tight-fitting black leather armor, exposing her fair skin. Coupled with her devilish figure, she looked very alluring. However, when people raised their heads to look at the person's face, they discovered that the person was wearing a black mask that covered half of his face. Shi Feng. A melodious voice uttered these two simple words, but they caused a huge commotion in the spectator stands. The previous record holder of 60 consecutive victories, Shi Feng. Why is she here? I remember that 3 years ago, after she obtained 60 consecutive victories, she mysteriously withdrew from the competition. Otherwise, she might have been the first person to break the record. No wonder Gao Yongyu dared to activate the all-in-one victory medallion. 3 years ago, Shi Feng already obtained 100 consecutive victories. Now that 3 years have passed, her strength must have undergone a qualitative change. Interesting. The contestant with 60 consecutive victories from the previous five-nation youth competition against the current Xiao Chen. This can be considered a true battle between the peak. In the somewhat dark spectator stands, the expressions of the crowd became very excited. 3 years ago, Shi Feng's appearance had been startling. She had left a deep impression on everyone. At that time, many people thought that she would break the record of 60 consecutive victories. Who knew, after she obtained 60 consecutive victories, she would mysteriously vanish. Only now did she reappear. Unexpectedly, she had become a challenger, trying to stop Xiao Chen's 100 consecutive victories. Victory and defeat were now filled with endless suspense. As Xiao Chen looked at the girl before him, he shifted his gaze to the two crossed short swords on her back. Based on the scabbards, the short swords were about 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw a cultivator using 2 short swords. Furthermore, the other party's aura was extremely strange. With one glance, Xiao Chen could not make out Shi Feng's cultivation, what cultivation realm she was at. It was like she was shrouded in a fog that could even block spiritual sense from probing her. This was the first time Xiao Chen had seen such a situation with someone of the same generation. Normally, only martial monarchs could cause a situation that Xiao Chen could not see through. Dong! 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 The heavy sound of war drums rang out. The heavenly tone war drum, which could make one's blood surge and fill one with fighting spirit, lost its effect before these two. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His gaze was as calm as still water, calm and peaceful. Under the mask, Shi Feng's expression was unfathomable. However, her eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake, incomparably calm. Fierce flames swayed in the cool breeze from the tall pagodas in the surroundings. When the flames shone on the two's faces, they flickered. Xiao! For a moment, the surrounding wind suddenly stopped flowing, and the flickering flame also stopped swaying. It was like the two had agreed on this beforehand. Their figures flashed at the same time, and after a while they started fighting. Kassier! Shi Feng drew the 2 3-meter-long swords on her back. The blades were cold and gleaming with a bone-piercing chill. Shi Feng held the 2 short swords and spun them around. She moved around Xiao Chen, moving up and down like a leaf in the wind. As she moved around, hundreds of afterimages appeared. The sword lights on the afterimages were dazzling. They looked both real and fake at the same time, making them hard to grasp. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He quickly swept his gaze through the countless figures, trying to find Shifeng's true body. However, when Xiao Qin scanned the afterimages with his spiritual sense, he found that every afterimage seemed to be shrouded in a black fog. There was no way to find the other party's true body. Since Xiao Chen could not find her, then he might as well break them all. Xiao Qin shouted, and a dragon and a tiger mysterious phenomenon quickly appeared around him. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen's hands danced around, bringing his attacking speed to its limits. Countless fist images filled the sky. Every time a fist wind appeared, the air would be filled with countless fists. Every fist wind was accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, causing Xiao Chen's aura to soar. Kassier! Kassier! Xiao Qin shattered the afterimages into pieces. Hu Qi! The shattered afterimages turned into a powerful gust of wind that wreaked havoc in the area. They formed a terrifying storm that roared continuously. When Xiao Chen saw the final afterimage, he revealed a faint smile. He merged his vital qi and essence and punched. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, the final afterimage shattered and turned into countless air currents that scattered with the wind. Oh no! Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. His intuition told him to punch to his right. Bang! The fist wind exploded, and Shifeng appeared in front of him from nowhere. A sword light flickered on her short sword as she ruthlessly hacked at Xiao Chen's fist wind. A strange expression flashed in Shifeng's eyes. She found it strange that Xiao Chen managed to guess where she would appear. However, his hands did not stop moving at all. The short sword in Shifeng's left hand spun around and gripped tightly. Then it gave off a sharp, cold light as it chopped down at Xiao Chen. The sword light struck Xiao Chen's right fist, forcing him to move back. When he saw the other short sword chopping down, he quickly tilted his body to the side. Hu Qi! When Shifeng's left hand missed, she swung her right hand out. The short sword immediately gave off a cold light as it swept at Xiao Chen's face. Shifeng's movements were very smooth, not pausing at all. Shifeng's attack speed was actually not slower than Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, the angle of attack was even more crafty. Xiao Chen did not have time to catch his breath. He quickly tilted his head back. The short sword stuck close to his face and quickly flashed by, chopping off a few strands of Xiao Chen's hair. Qi! Qi! Shifeng pressed forward with every step. Every strike was aimed at Xiao Chen's vital points. Her two swords danced around quickly, suppressing Xiao Chen so much that he did not even have a chance to catch his breath. When the spectators saw the two of them fighting in close combat, their hearts leaped. At this moment, if Xiao Chen made even the slightest mistake, he would immediately die. Shifeng is indeed Shifeng. Almost no one in the same cultivation realm can break her dual sword style. She is much stronger than she was 3 years ago. Indeed, it was the same 3 years ago. Any cultivator that she managed to get close to could only last 50 moves at most before being defeated. Every sword strike is a killing move. Every sword strike is extremely dangerous. If one cannot dodge it, they will immediately die. One can imagine how much mental pressure the person fighting her must be under. Xiao Chen is in danger. It looks like 100 consecutive victories is something that I can only hope for. Fortunately, I took away the wager in advance. Otherwise, I would have nothing left. When the spectators saw Xiao Chen dodging every step of the way, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh. In the end, it was too difficult to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Chapter 454. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere as Shifeng's two swords buzzed. Sword lights flew out like ribbons, creating ripples in the air. I cannot continue like this. I cannot adapt to her rhythm. Xiao Chen thought to himself. The speed at which Shifeng swung her two swords did not follow any pattern at all. She did not move at a uniform speed, nor did she increase her tempo. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Furthermore, there were real moves and fake moves. The changes were unpredictable and could not be dodged using common sense. There were several times when Xiao Qin nearly made an error in judgment. The sword lights nearly struck his vital points. Fortunately, he dodged in advance and only left a few wounds in unimportant areas. Forget it! I can't continue to be entangled with him like this. In such close combat, he can completely restrain me. Blood Flame Shu's secret technique, activate. With a thought from Xiao Qin, the patterns on the black Blood Flame Shus slowly lit up. The two black-winged Blood Flame eagles quickly spread out. Xiao! In an instant, Xiao Chen's speed reached Mach 4 as he flew back a kilometer. When Shifeng saw Xiao Qin suddenly leave, she was mildly startled. However, when she saw the boots on his feet, she was slightly startled. She immediately understood that this secret technique was a one-time use item. She withdrew her feet, and the short sword in her right hand spun quickly. Profound wind chop! Xiao Qin shouted, and the spinning short sword flew out of his hand. It turned into a storm of sword chi and surged toward Xiao Qin, who had just landed. Xiao Chen was astonished as he said, Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques, profound wind chop. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary profound wind chop. It was a modified version of the profound wind chop, turning it into a storm of swords. Its might was even stronger than the original version. Shifeng switched the short sword in her left hand to her right hand. She did not pause for even a moment as she followed the incredibly sharp storm of swords. Who? A cool breeze blew, for no reason. Shifeng, who was holding the short sword, vanished into thin air, as though she had melted into the cool breeze. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He was very familiar with this move. It was the great perfection, clear wind chop. What exactly was this Shifeng's identity? How did he learn Qingyun Peak's secret technique? What was a secret technique? It was a strong martial technique that could only be taught privately. An ordinary person, even a core disciple, would not be able to learn Qingyun Peak's secret techniques. While he was slightly absent-minded, the mystic wind chop was already right in front of him. He didn't have any time to think. Crossing his arms, Xiao Chen's feet were firmly planted on the ground, as steady as Mount Tai. His aura continued to accumulate. This was his strongest defensive counterattack technique. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon! Bang! The mysterious wind chop, which emitted a violent gust of qi, collided in front of Xiao Qin, giving off an earth-shattering sound. A horrifying wave of qi swept out in all directions. After the shockwave passed, apart from where Xiao Chen was standing, the surrounding ground had been shaved off a foot deep, as if it had been washed away by the waves. Xiao Chen's white robes were tattered by the sword qi, and his skin was covered in wounds. However, fortunately they were not fatal, and the wounds were not deep. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Xiao Qin said sullenly, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Dragon, hissing tiger roars. When Xiao Chen punched, a deafening dragon roar and a tiger roar tore through the mountains and rivers. At this moment, the strong energy that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon had accumulated was unleashed 100-fold, surging forth. Bang! Shifeng, who was hidden in the cool breeze, felt surprised at how Xiao Qin figured out her position. However, she did not hesitate to charge forward. A berserk energy exploded from the sword and fist. When the two of them clashed head-on, they were actually evenly matched. Neither of them moved back. Shifeng waved her left hand, and the other short sword floating in the air started spinning rapidly. Unexpectedly, it formed another profound wind chop in a short instant. Damn it! Xiao Qin cursed in his heart. This was the crucial moment when the two of them competed in strength. He did not expect Shifeng to be able to split her attention and execute another profound wind chop. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen could only break off the clash and quickly retreat. However, it was too late. Although the profound wind chop only had a small portion of its previous might, it had the advantage of being fast and sudden. It crashed into the retreating Xiao Chen. Bang! 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 Even though Xiao Chen had a strong physical body, he was still knocked back. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air, and his complexion paled. Shifeng looked at Xiao Chen, who was like a broken kite on the verge of falling. Shifeng stretched out her hand and called back her other short sword. She muttered, "A strong physical body and surging vital qi. However, your close combat techniques are very lame. If this is all you have, you can die already." In the end, his close combat techniques were still lacking. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in the air. However, it was not a big deal. Xiao Chen had finally established a solid foundation for his close combat techniques in the past few days of intense battles. In the future, all he had to do was obtain a high-ranked close combat martial technique. His close combat prowess would undergo a qualitative change. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand from the universe ring. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he muttered, "In the end, I can only use the saber in my hand to end this battle." Hu Qi! Xiao Chen somersaulted in the air and landed firmly on the ground. In the darkness of the night, he held the lunar shadow saber and slowly walked towards Shifeng in his white robes. He really is a bladesman. It looks like the rumors are true. How surprising! He was only using the battles a few days ago to practice his close combat techniques. Does that mean that his true strength is as a bladesman? Several people in the spectator stands exclaimed in astonishment when they saw the white-robed youth holding the lunar shadow saber stand up again. It was hard to imagine that in this rank A wrestling ring, Xiao Chen had used the aspect that he was not good at to obtain 99 consecutive victories. Even if Xiao Chen lost today, his name as the white-robed bladesman would spread throughout the entire southern islands in the future. A bladesman who only used his close combat techniques obtained a streak of 99 consecutive victories. From a certain point of view, this was already a miracle. Shifeng frowned slightly. She had not expected Xiao Chen's physical body to be so strong. Even after enduring a small, profound wind chop, he still had such a strong aura. What was even more unexpected was that Xiao Chen was a bladesman. His close combat techniques and physical body were just to support his strength. Xiao Chen stopped and looked at the mysterious masked girl in front of him. He said, "The 9 secrets of Qingyan Peak are never taught to outsiders." "Who exactly are you?" Shifeng said indifferently, "I don't know what you are talking about. All you need to know is that I am the one who defeated you." Right after Shifeng spoke, her figure flashed and a cool breeze blew. The killing qi on Shifeng's body immediately vanished, and she slowly hid herself in the cool breeze. Clear wind chop, I seem to know it as well. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he immediately split into 9. 9 cool breezes appeared in the wrestling ring at the same time. Xiao Chen's killing qi also vanished without a trace. The expression of Shifeng, who was hidden in the cool breeze, immediately changed. She finally understood how Xiao Chen could find her. It turned out that he knew the clear wind chop as well. Furthermore, he had merged it with his cloning technique. His attainments were not much lower than hers. The 9 figures headed for a certain spot in the air at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, 9 claps of thunder roared in the sky. It was Xiao Chen's 9 clones drawing their sabers at the same time. Shifeng revealed herself. Her expression was not clear under the mask. She swung both her swords at the same time, and a crescent blood moon appeared at the tip of her sword. Bang! Bang! The clones were struck by the blood moon and immediately scattered, vanishing. Peerless lunar shadow. Unexpectedly, it is one of Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He was even more familiar with this peerless lunar shadow than the clear wind chop. After merging the remaining clones, Xiao Qin sent out 2 saber strikes. The saber light of the State of Thunder was very dazzling in the night sky. Break! Just as the 2 blood moons were about to merge, they scattered with a loud bang, causing them to be unable to form a complete full moon. When Shifeng saw the 2 crescent moons scatter, her expression under the mask was astonished. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Qin understood the peerless lunar shadow so well. Could it be that he knows all of my killing moves like the back of his hand? That does not matter. As long as I get close, I can rely on my dual sword style to obtain victory. Shifeng's gaze turned resolute again. Her figure flashed, and she charged at Xiao Qin again. Dang! 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 Now that Xiao Qin had a saber in his hand, how could he make the same mistake as before and give her a chance to get close? Xiao Qin sent out a screen of sabers, flickering with electric light. He relied on his speed, which was no weaker than Shifeng's, and his exquisite saber techniques to keep his opponent at a distance of 2 meters, preventing her from getting close. The Xiao Qin who used his fists and legs and the saber were simply 2 different people. The more Shifeng fought, the more horrified she became. Although Xiao Qin's fists and legs looked strong to her, they were second-rate at best. In close combat, they posed no threat to her. However, the moment Xiao Qin switched to a saber, he became a completely different person. He used all sorts of exquisite saber techniques together with the steps of his saber techniques. He was so proficient that there were no openings or weaknesses. No matter how hard Shifeng tried, she could not break through his screen of sabers. She was kept at a distance of 2 meters. Xiao Qin brought out the essence of 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger to its limits, preventing her from bringing out the advantage of her short sword. Xiao! Xiao! After exchanging more than 100 moves, Shifeng still could not get close to Xiao Qin. Her figure flashed, and she used the same method she used to get close to Xiao Qin. As Shifeng swung her saber up and down, she created many indistinguishable figures. However, her true figure remained hidden. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "After using the same move twice, will it still work?" A purple light flickered under Xiao Qin's feet, and a purple flower bud appeared. It wrapped around Xiao Qin, allowing the sword lights that filled the sky to chop down on the flower bud. The color of the flower bud's eyes deepened. More flower petals appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Qin, who was in the flower bud, quickly formed hand seals with his left hand. Wukuei flower blooms. Xiao Qin shouted, and the flower bud immediately opened. A surging, lightning-attributed energy surged out and scattered the figures surrounding the flower bud. Purple flower petals immediately danced in the wrestling ring under the night sky. It looked very beautiful. Dang! Xiao Qin casually waved his hand behind him. Then he turned around and used his saber to knock back Shifeng, who tried to sneak attack him from behind. Xiao Qin could sense Shifeng, who was hiding in the cool breeze, even faster. To him, there was nowhere to hide. Chapter 455. It is time for me to attack. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He executed Wukuei Shakes the Heavens. A purple Wukuei tree, as large as a mountain, pressed down on Shifeng with the might of 1,000 troops. Shifeng's 2 swords spun quickly and formed 2 profound wind chops. She merged them into one and quickly welcomed the attack. Bang! Thunder rumbled. Xiao Qin's divine Wukuei tree shattered the storm formed by the swords. Xiao Qin pierced through the shock wave and brandished his saber, chasing after the retreating Shifeng. As the petals fell, Xiao Chen's speed increased again. In an instant, he caught up to the retreating Shifeng. Dang! 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 Xiao Chen brandished his saber continuously. Electric light flickered as Xiao Chen suppressed Shifeng, forcing her to retreat continuously. Shifeng brandished her two swords. However, she felt very depressed in her heart. Her killing moves, Clear Wind Chop, Peerless Lunar Shadow, and Profound Wind Chop, seemed to be very familiar with them. They posed no threat to her at all. It was like after she recovered her identity as a bladesman, Xiao Qin completely suppressed her. Boom! 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 Every time Xiao Qin swung his saber, thunder roared incessantly. The electric light on the saber was transmitted to Shifeng's arm, making her feel numb. Under Xiao Chen's suppression, the other party's state of wind was able to bring out its full potential. Defeat. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's sword lit up alternately. Two beams of purple and red light merged with the state of massacre and state of thunder. The sudden appearance of the state of massacre stunned Shifeng. While she was distracted, Xiao Chen used his saber to knock away the short sword in her left hand. Stepping forward, Xiao Chen used his saber to knock away the second short sword in Shifeng's right hand. Xiao Chen quickly dodged. As his opponent retreated, he placed his saber on Shifeng's neck. You lost. Was he defeated? When Shifeng, who was under the mask, heard Xiao Chen's calm words, she still felt some disbelief. However, when she saw the flickering electric saber on her neck, she had no choice but to accept this reality. Damn it, if you didn't understand my killer move so well, I wouldn't have lost to you. If she could successfully execute Peerless Lunar Shadow, she was 70% confident that she could turn the tide of the battle in one move. However, before the mysterious phenomenon truly formed, Xiao Chen found an opening and directly scattered the killing move. Xiao Qin said calmly, You're taking it for granted. You can leave. For the sake of the 9 secrets of Qingyan, I won't hurt you. Kacha! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and walked calmly towards the gray-robed old man. There he would obtain the final reward for his 100 victories, 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. Deep into the night, the lanterns flickered. There was not much noise in the vast wrestling ring. When the 20,000-odd cultivators in the spectator stands saw the white-robed youth holding a 1-meter-long saber, they were speechless for a long time. Originally, they thought that when they obtained 100 victories, they would be extremely excited. However, when they saw the miracle, they all calmed down. The shock they felt was over. In the 6 days of wrestling rings, this youth had brought too much shock to the crowd. Now they could only sigh to themselves. The era of the youth had truly arrived. AI, this youth seems to be no more than 20 years old. Such strength and mental state, it puts us to shame. A martial king, old man sighed softly. His tone was somewhat desolate. Cultivators all had a desire to improve themselves. They desired to reach the peak. When they were young, who did not dream of becoming famous and shaking the world. The stories of their ancestors were passed down from generation to generation. Who did not have such fantasies when they were young? Why did they enter the martial Tao? Aside from being superior to others, it was probably to find their dreams. However, as they grew older, they gave up on their dreams. Perhaps they were restricted by the mundane affairs of the mortal world, unable to extricate themselves. Perhaps they were content with enjoying themselves, delaying their cultivation. Perhaps they had evil thoughts and walked the wrong path. The distance from the peak of the martial Tao became increasingly distant. Now, this was the budding era of the Age of Geniuses. The most glorious stage for cultivators had already been set up. However, they were no longer players. They could not even play a supporting role. They could only be silent spectators. When these people saw Xiao Chen's calm and indifferent expression after his victory, they sighed in their hearts. He did not look any different from before, not to mention his strength. Just his mentality alone was far inferior to theirs. In this age of geniuses, this person would definitely be one of the most important characters. Let's go. It is time to disperse. There is nothing left for us to do. We have already withdrawn our bets. Victory or defeat no longer has anything to do with us. Everyone shook their heads. In this vast night, they all had somewhat disappointed expressions. However, in an unremarkable corner of the spectator stands, Bailishi laughed loudly. His laughter was very strange and unimaginable. Bailishi was rather famous in the southern islands. Many people recognized him. One of them asked doubtfully, "Bailishi, what are you laughing at? His victory has nothing to do with you." Bailishi slammed his palm heavily on the armrest of his chair. He glared at that person and said, "This lord wants to laugh. It is none of your business. Are you not convinced?" "Crazy," that person cursed in his heart. He ignored Bailishi and walked out of the arena. When Bailishi saw Shao Qin in the arena, he stood up. He could not stop laughing. If one looked carefully, they would discover that Bailishi's huge axe, which never left his side, was nowhere to be seen. His fingers were empty. There was not a single spatial ring. His feet were even more exaggerated. He was not even wearing shoes. After a while, Bailishi stopped laughing. When he felt the pain in his butt, he said, "You did not kick this lord's, but for nothing. It was worth it." After Shao Qin kicked him out, Bailishi rested for one night. Then he made a crazy decision. Not only did he pawn his medial grade secret treasure, but he also pawned the secret treasures that he obtained from Shao Qin and the heaven-ranked body-tempering secret manual. He also pawned some of the natural treasures that he had collected over the past few decades. Including his own wealth, he had a total of 600,000 medial grade spirit stones. That was not enough. Then he went to some of his close friends and borrowed from them. Eventually, he managed to gather a total of 1 million medial grade spirit stones and bet them all on Shao Qin. When the All-Victory Medallion was activated and everyone started to draw their bets, Bailishi did not hesitate at all. He continued to bet decisively. Based on his intuition, Bailishi was certain that Shao Qin was someone with great luck. He would not lose. Indeed, he had made the right bet. Now, Shao Qin had obtained 100 victories. If one asked who the biggest winner was, it would definitely be Bailishi. With a 32-fold multiplier, 1 million medial grade spirit stones became 32 million. Even though Shao Qin worked himself to the bone, the total reward for all his consecutive victories was only 4 million medial grade spirit stones. It was not even a fraction of Bailishi's. I have to keep a low profile first. I cannot let others know that I took these 30 million medial grade spirit stones, Bailishi muttered to himself as he nodded. Bailishi nodded and muttered to himself. Then he followed the crowd out barefooted, doing his best not to laugh. This caused Bailishi's expression to be extremely strange. His originally unsightly face became even more conflicted. Everyone could not help but look at him. Some people rejoiced while others were sad. In the tall tower, when Gao Yangyu saw Shifeng leave, all his hopes turned to dust. He looked like he had aged 10 years. Gao Yangyu knew that he had nothing left. He no longer had any power or status. More importantly, he no longer had any hope of advancing to martial monarch. In the ancient desolate land, all the wrestling cities in the various islands were under the jurisdiction of the desolate city's wrestling city. After causing such a huge loss, Gao Yangyu would definitely lose his city lord position. Who was the master behind the desolate city's wrestling city? Gao Yangyu was very clear on this. If he ran away with the money, there would be no place for him to hide even at the ends of the world. Gao Yangyu's gaze moved back and forth between Shifeng and Shao Qin. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Shao Qin. He could not afford to offend Shifeng's adoptive father. However, it was different for Shao Qin. Without the backing of a powerful clan, killing Shao Qin was not a big deal. Since you made me lose everything, I will not let you have an easy time. Those who oppose me, Gao Yangyu, will not have a good ending. Gao Yangyu's gaze turned cold as he thought to himself. He hated that he could not go down now and personally skin Xiao Qin alive. However, Xiao Qin had already passed the first round of selections. If he killed him now, it would be a slap in the face of the Heavenly Extermination Union. Furthermore, Gao Yangyu was the most suspicious. If he left any clues, the Heavenly Extermination Union would make an example out of him. He could only wait for an opportunity. This is your 3 million medial grade spirit stones. Count them. The gray-robed old man said in a trembling voice as he watched Xiao Qin return victorious. Xiao Qin scanned them with his spiritual sense. After he verified that there were no mistakes, he placed the boxes of medial-grade spirit stones into his universe ring. Up in the spectator stands, all the outstanding talents revealed envious expressions. 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. Even a regular martial monarch would find it difficult to take out such a large sum. To these outstanding talents, even if they had the backing of a large sect and did not lack medicinal pills, secret manuals, or cultivation techniques, they would not be able to obtain so many medial-grade spirit stones. Jiang Zimo walked over and smiled at Xiao Qin. He said, "Congratulations, Brother Xiao. 100 consecutive victories and 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. In less than half a week, your name will spread throughout the entire Southern Islands." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "It is just an empty reputation. This is just the beginning. If I cannot obtain the 20 spots to enter the ancient, desolate tower, everything will be for naught." Indeed, the ancient, desolate tower was very important to cultivators. It was not something that could be compared to spirit stones. This was only the first round of selections. No matter how outstanding his results were, if he could not obtain one of the 20 spots, it would be meaningless. Mu Xinya said softly, "It's good that you understand. After all, fighting in the wrestling ring is just exchanging blows with regular cultivators. In the arena battles, you will have to fight against people with talent, aptitude, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, secret treasures, and combat experience that are not inferior to yours. The nature of the two is completely different. Furthermore, there might be some people who gave up on consecutive victories to hide their trump cards. You cannot underestimate these people." Xiao Qin looked at Mu Xinya and smiled, "Like you." Mu Xinya smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. She said, "Work hard. I look forward to entering the ancient, desolate tower with you. I will take my leave first." After the two of them left, Xia Xian and Xiao walked over. Xiao had only obtained 50 consecutive victories and was eliminated in the first round of selections. Chapter 456. Xiao did not seem dispirited. One did not need to win in the wrestling ring to gain a harvest. After the many battles, her combat experience had improved significantly. To Xiao this was a harvest as well. Xia Xian first congratulated Xiao Qin. Then she reminded him, "Be careful for the next few days. I noticed a few people looking at you with hostile gazes." "Thank you. I will take note of that." Xiao Qin understood what she meant. 3 million medial-grade spirit stones was sufficient for many people to take the risk. 3 days later, all the cultivators who obtained 60 victories received a notice. They gathered at Li Xiuju's residence. Once again, there were originally 200 people in the hall. Now, only 60-odd people remained. The first round eliminated 2/3 of the people. Those who were eliminated were not necessarily weak. Even if they were placed in a different place, they would still be outstanding talents with a bright future. However, in this era, there would always be someone stronger than the strong. If they did not have any fortuitous encounters in the future, these people would only end up as second-rate geniuses. The 60-odd outstanding talents in the hall excitedly waited for Li Xiuju's arrival. They chatted with each other in soft voices. The next stop was the famous desolate city. It was one of the 2 great cities of the Tianmu continent, the city that connected the 4 great empires. 10,000 years ago, that dynasty had even named the entire continent. Even now, that name had not changed. Several people were like Xiao Qin. They had never been to Desolate City before. They were very curious about this mysterious city. Dong, dong, dong. Li Xiuzhu led his 4 assistants in through the back door. Then he swept his gaze across everyone's faces. Li Xiuzhu's gaze lingered on Xiao Chen's face for 2 seconds. Then he snorted coldly before looking away. Originally, Li Xiuzhu thought that with Gao Yangyu's help, Xiao Chen would be eliminated in the first round. He would let everyone know that anyone who offended Li Xiuzhu would not have a good time. However, who knew? Not only did Xiao Chen not get eliminated, but he even miraculously obtained 100 consecutive victories. He even attracted the attention of the upper echelon of the Heavenly Extermination Union. When Xiao Chen felt Li Xiuzhu's gaze, he remained expressionless and ignored him. Gao Yangyu's actions of making things difficult for Xiao Chen was definitely related to this person. Li Xiuzhu collected his thoughts and said indifferently, "I will not speak any more nonsense. Follow me to Desolate City first. After we arrive, someone will inform you of the start of the second round of selections. Follow me." After going out, Li Xiuzhu led his 4 deputies and soared into the sky. Everyone quickly followed behind them. Li Xiuzhu and the others did not increase their speed. If they traveled at full speed, given their strength as a half-step martial monarch, they would be able to shake them off in an instant. Hoo-hoo! The wind blew past them. The outstanding talents from all over the world continued to fly in the air. Although martial kings could fly in the air, staying in the air consumed a lot of essence. Most martial kings would not choose to fly unless there was something special. This was because, after a long time, no matter how much essence they had, they would not be able to withstand the drain. Only when one became a martial monarch could one truly learn to fly in the air. At that time, one would only need a small amount of essence to fly for a long time. After 4 hours, the group had already flown a long distance away from Longyang Island. Many of the cultivators following behind were starting to feel a little tired. They quickly took out medicinal pills to recover essence and swallowed them. Otherwise, if they could not hold on and fell down, it would be embarrassing. Xiao Qin executed the gravity spell and followed behind unhurriedly. He seemed to be at ease. The fact that the gravitational spell consumed little energy was evident here. After flying for another hour, a black warship appeared before everyone's eyes. This warship was more than 200 meters long and dozens of meters wide. On the side of the ship, there was a black flag, fluttering in the wind and making loud noises. A few old men stood on the deck, looking at Xiao Chen's group with interest. "We have arrived. Let's go up." Li Xiuzhu took the lead and leaped onto the deck. The various outstanding talents heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not flying directly to Desolate City. Otherwise, they would have exhausted themselves to death. They quickly followed. "Old Manly, you are a little slow. I have already waited for an hour. Who in your group obtained 100 victories? Call him out for me to see." An old man with a profound cultivation and extraordinary aura asked Li Xiuzhu, curiously, after sizing up the group. Li Xiuzhu said reluctantly, "Xiao Qin, come out for a while. This is old Lu, one of the judges for the second round of selection." Xiao Chen leaped over the crowd and performed a cupped fist salute. "Xiao Chen greets Senior Lu." As Xiao Chen spoke, he sized up the old man before him. Like Li Xiuzhu, this person was also a half-step martial monarch. However, for some reason, this old man gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he was stronger than Li Xiuzhu. When the spectators saw that Xiao Chen was already speaking to the chief referee before the second round of selections began, they could not help but reveal an envious expression. Old Lu carefully sized up Xiao Chen. Then he revealed an astonished expression. He said, "You are really only an inferior grade martial king. This is unbelievable. You do not seem to belong to a sect, right? Are you interested in joining the Blood Wolf Gang?" "Our Blood Wolf Gang is a peak faction in the ancient desolate land. We are no weaker than the peak sects of the other nations. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed. He had never met such a direct person before, inviting him to join the sect on their first meeting. The Blood Wolf Gang. When Xiao Chen first met Xiaxian, she had mentioned it before. At that time, the Blood Wolf Gang was fighting with the remnants of the Dark Church. Xiao Chen did not know if there was a result yet. The Blood Wolf Gang was indeed very strong in the ancient desolate land. They were much stronger than the Holy Fire Manor. If Xiao Chen joined the Blood Wolf Gang, even if the Holy Fire Manor's manor lord made a move, he would not dare to do anything to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of joining another sect. If he had such thoughts, he would have accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect's supreme elder back at Shinran Island. No matter how strong the Blood Wolf Gang was, there was still a large gap between them and the Haotian sect. However, Li Xiuzhu felt somewhat nervous. If Xiao Chen joined the Blood Wolf Gang, it would be very difficult to deal with him in the ancient desolate land. Xiao Chen rejected politely. I'm sorry, this junior has no intention of joining a sect for now. Many thanks for old Lu's kind intentions. Old Lu smiled and said, There is no rush, there is no rush. I will wait for you to make your decision. The warship quickly flew towards Desolate City. It was several times faster than the crowd. Xiao Chen stood on the deck and looked at the scenery in front of him in boredom. Ha ha! Xiao Chen, you are really in high demand. The moment we meet, there are people fighting to recruit you. Melodious laughter came from behind him. When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw Xia Xian walking over. Xiao Rou, who had been following Xia Xian, had not obtained 60 victories. She could only take a warship or a flying spirit beast to Desolate City. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, In that case, are you here to represent the 1,000-sword pavilion to invite me to join? Xia Xian said straightforwardly, Sure. As long as you change to learning the sword, I will immediately recommend you. I guarantee that you will be a core disciple in the inner sect. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not reply. He knew that the other party was just joking. Don't think that I am joking. I am serious. As long as you change to learning the sword, I will immediately recommend you. Seeing Xia Xian's serious expression, Xiao Chen asked softly, Why? Xia Xian nodded and said, I believe that after you left the great Qi nation, you must have received invitations from some sections. Have you thought about why? When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He said, I have definitely thought about it. I do not belong to any sect. My talent is passable. Aside from this, could there be other reasons? Of course. Xia Xian explained, the most important reason is that in the next 5-nation youth competition, if you can obtain a high ranking, you will be able to obtain an invisible amount of luck. This kind of luck will bring many unexpected benefits to the sect you are in. That is to say, they think that you have a chance of obtaining a high ranking, which will bring luck to their sect. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Although he believed in the existence of luck, he did not understand the concept of obtaining luck from a competition. Luck, something as elusive as comprehension, can be obtained this way. Xia Xian nodded and said, There is nothing to be confused about. This is already confirmed. The secret lies in the wind cloud arena of the competition grounds. I heard that it is a mysterious place that can connect to the upper realm. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Given this, I have to go to the 5-nation youth competition. From a certain point of view, what makes a cultivator successful is not talent, aptitude, or comprehension. Instead, it is the elusive and boundless luck. The black warship continued to fly at 4 times the speed of sound amidst the clouds. After 4 hours, the silhouette of a city appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a city built on water. It was boundlessly vast and majestic. The city walls were tall and thick, looking very ancient. It looked ancient and heavy. 6 ancient demonic energy cannons were erected on top of the city walls every 10 meters. When one counted carefully, there were at least 3,000 ancient demonic energy cannons on the city walls that were more than 2,000 meters long. There were also countless holes of various sizes in the city walls. Unexpectedly, there were also ancient demonic energy cannons at the bottom of these holes. In total, there were at least 10,000 ancient demonic energy cannons. With 10,000 ancient demonic energy cannons firing at the same time, even a peak martial monarch would fall on the spot. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. The 18 city gates in front were open. Countless ships entered and exited the main city gates in an orderly manner. Rows of soldiers floated on the water in front of the city gates. They moved about like they were on flat ground, maintaining order at the city gates. The black warship slowly descended, but it did not fly over the city walls. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that there were merchant ships and flying beasts in the surroundings. They all descended towards the water as well. It looked like this desolate city did not allow any warship or spirit beast to fly over him. Pa! The warship landed on the surface of the heavenly extermination lake and splashed on both sides. Then it slowly headed for the main city gate. Chapter 457. When the surrounding ships and cultivators riding on spirit beasts saw the banners on the warships, they all gave way. The guards in front of the city gate also glanced at the people on the bow of the ship and ignored them. They did not even need to pay the entrance tax. They were allowed to pass without any obstruction. After passing through the tunnel under the city walls, the view before the crowd suddenly widened. Countless people moved about on the streets on both sides of the river. There were cultivators from the various nations and fiend race cultivators. There were many of them, so many that they could not be counted. It was very bustling. The surrounding buildings all looked very grand. They still maintained the characteristics of the Tianwu dynasty, making them feel like they had traveled to 10,000 years ago. Is this desolate city? On the deck, outstanding talents from all over the world sighed in their hearts. The other cultivators, including Xiao Qin, also looked around curiously. Just at this moment, a huge warship several stories tall appeared before everyone's eyes. This could no longer be described as a warship. It was simply a moving castle on the water. There were 3 golden banners on the bow of the warship. The words "Treasured Moon Pavilion" were written on the banners in bold strokes. Xia Xian, who was beside Xiao Qin, said, "This is the Treasured Moon Pavilion, the largest auction house in Desolate City. They hold a large-scale auction every month." Xiao Qin was surprised. He asked, "You've been to Desolate City before?" Xia Xian nodded and said, "I've been here a few times. The Treasured Moon Pavilion has many good things. There will definitely be plenty of martial arts manuals that you are looking for." Xiao Qin felt it was strange. He asked, "How did you know that I was looking for martial arts manuals?" Xiao Qin's martial arts were actually not weak. His medial grade earth ranked fist technique was sufficient for him to deal with most cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, he was slightly inferior to the geniuses of the same generation. Among the same generation at his cultivation realm, which one of them did not learn superior grade earth ranked martial techniques, or even peak superior grade earth ranked martial techniques. Xia Xian smiled and said, "Everyone can tell that if your martial arts improved and combined it with your physical body, you might be able to fight on equal footing with Shifeng without even drawing your saber." Xiao Chun felt relieved. Xia Xian had watched so many of his matches. It was not strange for her to be suspicious of him. It's a pity that the Treasured Moon Tower only holds a large-scale auction once every 6 months. Only then will there be real, top-notch treasures. If you are in urgent need of fist and leg-related martial techniques, you can go to the ancient desolate underground market to take a look. There are all sorts of people there. You might be able to find something good there. Xia Xian did not stop talking. She introduced many things to Shaoqin. The matters of Desolate City were an eye-opener for Shaoqin. Rivers crisscrossed the desolate city. The black warship followed the river, and after making several turns, it stopped at a bank. Li Xiuzhu came out of the ship's hold and led the group ashore. 1 hour later, he led the group to a plaza. A statue several hundred meters tall stood on a tall platform in the center of the plaza. The statue held a sword and pointed it at the sky. This was the Tianwu Emperor, who founded the Tianwu dynasty. This statue had stood there for an unknown period of time. A simple and vast aura came from the statue, spreading throughout the entire plaza. When the group walked in the middle, they could feel a strange solemnity. Around the statue were 10 or so sturdy arenas arranged neatly. There were already many people gathered at the feet of the statue. An assistant beside Li Xiuzhu introduced, "The second round of arena battles will be held in the Tianwu Plaza. The exact date has not been decided yet. However, you can rest assured. I know that you have fought many battles and will need to recuperate. It will not be held any time soon." When the group heard this, they relaxed slightly. They had fought 100 battles in 6 days. Furthermore, they were all high-intensity battles. Without sufficient time to rest, it would be difficult for them to return to their peak state. The people gathered at the feet of the statue were divided into 3 groups. If there were no surprises, they should be the outstanding talents of the other 3 islands that had passed the first round of selection. Shaoqin swept his gaze through the 3 groups of people. He revealed a slightly astonished expression. Duan Yiqing, Ji Changkong, Chu Chaoyan, Mu Qingxue, and Hua Yunfei were all here as well. Unexpectedly, these 5 people were all medial grade martial kings. However, after thinking about it, Shaoqin did not care about it. If Shaoqin had not cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and consumed a large number of natural treasures when he made his breakthrough, resulting in such a large number of cultivators, he would not be surprised. Now that Shaoqin was a superior grade martial king, there should not be any surprises. Furthermore, cultivation was never the only factor in combat prowess. Unless there was a difference in cultivation realm, for example, if Shaoqin faced a half-step martial monarch, even the weakest half-step martial monarch would not be a match for him. Seeing Shaoqin and the others arrive, the participants of the other islands looked over as well. "I heard that someone obtained 100 consecutive victories on Longyang Island. I wonder who it is. He is not simple. The beast taming abodes, Zuemo, is so strong. However, he only obtained 70 consecutive victories on the northern islands before ending in a draw. One of the 3 great experts of the Myriad Fiend Palace, Chumu, only obtained 60 consecutive victories. Unexpectedly, this person obtained 100 consecutive victories. He is not simple." The crowd started discussing in soft voices. They were all curious about this person who obtained 100 consecutive victories. Hua Yunfei looked around and his expression suddenly changed. He said to Mu Qingxue and Ji Changkong, "Look over there. Who is it?" The few of them quickly looked over and discovered Shaoqin in white robes. He stood calmly in the crowd. Ji Changkong clenched his fists tightly, cracking his knuckles. His gaze turned sinister as he said coldly, "Good, you came at the right time. I will repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you gave me back then." Mu Qingxue's expression was unsightly as well. When he sensed Shaoqin's cultivation, he felt it was strange. He said, "He seems to be only an inferior grade martial king, right? How did he get invited to participate in the ancient Desolate Towers competition?" Hua Yunfei mocked. "He probably got in because of his connections. Coincidentally, we can show him his true colors in the arena battles." Half a year ago, in the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Shaoqin had defeated all the major powers of the Great Qin nation by himself, becoming famous in one fell swoop. To these people who had been regarded as the proud sons of heaven in the Great Qin nation since they were young, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. The most important thing was that, even before this, Xiao Chen had been a minor character that they could kill with a casual pinch of their fingers. However, 1 year later, he swept through everyone. With such a huge difference, no one would be willing to accept it. On the contrary, Duamuking's gaze was very calm. There were not many fluctuations in it. It was as she said. The battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had resolved the grudge between her and Xiao Chen. If she kept thinking about it, it would only cause her mental state to become even more unstable. As for Chu Chaoyan, he did not hear the conversation of the crowd at all. He was staring at the Tianwu Emperor's statue, his expression changing unpredictably. Xiao! Just at this moment, a few old men descended from the tall platform. They were wearing the same clothes as Li Xiuzhu, but there were 2 more golden lines on their collars. Clearly, they were of a higher rank. The leader of the group swept his gaze around, and a formless might spread out. The entire place immediately fell silent. The second round of selection will be held 10 days from now. I hope everyone will gather here at that time. If you fail to show up, you will be considered to have given up. Following that, the old man gave a simple explanation of the rules of the arena battles. Within 2 days, everyone would have to fight 30 matches. There would be 15 matches in a day. The victor would receive 2 points, the loser would lose 2 points, and a draw would result in 1 point. The opponents would be determined randomly by drawing lots. After the arena battles ended, the top 20 people would obtain the qualifications to enter the ancient, desolate tower. After the old man finished speaking, he did not say anything more. Everyone returned to the ancient, desolate tower and began their final push in the remaining 10 days. In 10 days, Xiao Chen should be able to reach great perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. He should be able to open the remaining 4 acupoints on his left arm. In terms of pure strength, he should be able to reach 400,000 kilograms of force. If he combined it with his vital qi, he should have no difficulty reaching 500,000 kilograms of force. If he could obtain a superior grade earth ranked fist technique or a peak superior grade earth ranked fist technique, he would definitely be able to enter the top 20. Xiao Chen thought to himself as he headed out of the plaza. Xiao Chen, wait up! Just at this moment, Xia Xian's voice came from behind him. Xia Xian said softly, "You should not have a place to stay in Desolate City, right? My 1,000-sword pavilion has a special branch in Desolate City. Would you like to stay there? I guarantee that you will be able to cultivate in peace." After Xia Xian spoke, she looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation. She hoped that he would agree. The strength that Xiao Chen had displayed was sufficient for him to enter the top 50 of the 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen was someone who could definitely obtain luck. It was just a matter of how much. Such a person was worth roping in for Xia Xian. Furthermore, Xia Xian was now inheritor of the 1,000-sword pavilion. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be the next sect leader of the 1,000-sword pavilion. If Xia Xian established a good relationship with Xiao Chen now, when Xiao Chen grew up, he would be a great help to the 1,000-sword pavilion. Even without considering his strength, Xiao Chen's character suited Xia Xian's taste. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and collected. He was not the kind of person who would betray his friends. No matter how Xia Xian looked at it, such a person was worth befriending. Xiao Chen smiled gently and rejected. "Many thanks for your kind intentions. I am used to being alone." Xia Xian felt somewhat disappointed. She said, "Very well. If you run into any trouble, you can come to the 1,000-sword pavilion to look for me at any time." After Xia Xian spoke, she gave Xiao Chen the address of the 1,000-sword pavilion branch in detail. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement and thanked the other party again. He knew that this was a promise. Xiao Chen was indeed in some trouble now. He had not been in the ancient, desolate land for long. Although he could use the 2 medallions to deal with it, that was a last resort. It was best not to use it. After Xiao Chen took his leave, he found a restaurant to eat. Then he asked the waiter about a courtyard he could rent. Before the sky turned dark, Xiao Chen found a courtyard that he was satisfied with. The price was 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones a day. Xiao Chen practiced some fist techniques in the courtyard and practiced the wukuei saber technique. Finally, he took out 2 medial grade spirit stones and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The vast essence in the spirit stones quickly poured into Xiao Chen's body. After a great cycle, it turned into a pure essence liquid and dripped into the Qi whirlpool. Chapter 458. After 2 hours, the 2 medial grade spirit stones were completely drained. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. He felt somewhat helpless. After the purple thunder divine incantation reached the 6th layer, the amount of essence exhausted was simply too shocking. The 2 medial grade spirit stones had only turned into 10-odd drops of essence liquid. It looks like there is still some time before I can advance to medial grade Martial King. There is still some time before the bottle is full. Xiao Chen sighed softly and entered the room. He lit an oil lamp and sat at the table to read Bai Lixi's cultivation notes. Bai Lixi was indeed a genius at cultivating the physical body. The experiences in there were very useful to Xiao Chen. In the last battle, Xiao Chen had used pure vital qi. His cultivation of the firmament body tempering art had improved by leaps and bounds. The most important thing was that his comprehension of vital qi had increased significantly. This proved that what Bai Lixi said was right. Xiao Chen estimated that Bai Lixi's vital qi should have reached 1,000,000 vital qi now. Breaking a mountain with one punch would be child's play. Hence, Xiao Chen had to continue studying these cultivation notes. This would allow him to avoid taking unnecessary detours and waste time. Deep into the night, Xiao Chen did not know how much time had passed. The flickering oil lamp in the room started to shake violently as if it would go out at any moment. Xiao Chen looked out the window and sent out his spiritual sense. After a while, he withdrew it and put down the notes in his hand. Xiao Chen blew out the oil lamp and said indifferently, 3 million medial grade spirit stones will indeed attract some flies that do not care about their lives. 3 cultivators with withdrawn killing qi stood under a tree outside Xiao Chen's courtyard. Xiao Chen was very familiar with 2 of them. The person on the far right was the one who wanted to drag Xiao Chen and Xia Xian down with him. He was the second disciple of the Lamenting Valley's Valley Master, Munan. The person at the side was Yun Ping, who had been mocking Xiao Chen and getting crippled by Xiao Chen in the first round. These 2 had a grudge with Xiao Chen. It was not surprising that they were working together. However, the other person wore black clothes and a black scarf that covered his face, revealing only his eyes, making him look quite mysterious. Mu Nan said somewhat worriedly, "Will we offend the Heavenly Extermination Union by doing this? He is someone who obtained 100 victories." A sinister look flashed in Yun Ping's eyes. He laughed coldly and said, "It's not like I'm killing him. I'm just cutting off one of his arms. What is there to be afraid of?" The black-clothed man nodded and said, "That's right. A genius that has lost an arm is trash. Would the Heavenly Extermination Union care about trash? As I said earlier, the 2 of you will split the 3 million medial grade spirit stones equally. I only want the other things." When Mu Nan heard 3 million medial grade spirit stones, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. His last bit of worry completely vanished. He said fiercely, "I'll do it. Back then, this brat nearly caused me to get killed by a demonic beast. It is time to collect some interest from him." The 3 of them reached a consensus. Without another word, they quietly leaped over the wall of the courtyard. Just as they were about to rush into Xiao Chen's bedroom, suddenly they discovered Xiao Chen standing quietly under a small tree in the courtyard. He was not surprised at their arrival. "I've been waiting for a long time. Cassier." Xiao Chen ignored the stunned expressions on Yun Ping and the others' faces. He instantly drew his saber, and a bright electric light shone on the 3's eyes. The 3 of them were astonished. Originally, they were prepared to catch Xiao Qin off guard. Who knew that Xiao Qin would take the initiative? Roaming dragons, 9 transformations, clear wind chop. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and he turned into 9 figures. 9 cool breezes blew in the courtyard, warming everyone's hearts. Retreat. When the 3 sensed that none of the figures had any killing chi and that strange cool breeze, they did not think too much. They drew their weapons and quickly retreated. You think you can retreat? Xiao Qin focused his gaze on Yunping. He snorted coldly and activated the blood flame shoes. Then he flew at Mach 3. 5, dang, dang, dang. Yunping knew that he could not retreat, so he did not bother. A determined look flashed on his face as he brandished his sword to its limits, blocking the attacks of the 9 clones from different directions. However, Xiao Qin's attack used the cool wind chop. One could only see the cool breeze and not the saber, making it hard to predict. There was no killing chi at all. Yunping could only rely on his senses to block. Soon, wounds of various sizes appeared on his body, and blood immediately flowed out. When Xiao Qin saw Mu Nan and the black-clothed man rushing over from the corner of his eyes, Xiao Qin stopped fighting them. The 9 figures merged back together. Xiao Qin moved back quickly, leaving behind afterimages in the air. He did not want to get surrounded by the other 3. In just one exchange, Xiao Qin had inflicted significant injuries on Yunping. The 3 could not help but feel afraid. I'll hold him back, and the 2 of you wait for an opportunity to attack? The black-clothed man said sullenly with a grave and stern gaze. Kill. Right after the black-clothed man spoke, he brandished his sword. Strands of pale white flames soared up from the sword, making it look very sinister in the dark night. It seems like an extreme Yin flame. In that case, I will use a pure Yan lightning-attributed flame to completely suppress you. With a thought from Xiao Qin, the flickering electric light on his saber suddenly ignited, turning into strands of purple flame. Bang! The saber and sword clashed. The purple flame and the cold, pale white flame exploded in the dark night. The light flickered, making the dark night look like it was daytime. Yin and Yang, 2 opposing attributes. When they clashed, the destructive power generated was very shocking. The air turned scorching hot. The chill of the night was dispelled without a trace. Yunping and Mu Nan took advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Xiao Qin did not panic. He dodged Mu Nan's attack in a flash. Then he clenched his left fist and sent out a fist wind, forcing his opponent back. As for Yunping's attack, Xiao Qin saw through it with one glance. He smiled coldly and kicked his opponent's wrist first. Xiao Qin's wrist immediately shattered, and his sword fell to the ground. He did not stop there. He continued to kick his opponent's chest. Bang! Blood leaked out of the corner of Yunping's mouth. His body flew back and crashed heavily into the wall. Rage flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. He did not expect Yunping to be so weak. He said coldly, Mu Nan, why are you still hiding your strength? Mu Nan did not say anything else. He casually threw the long sword in his hand into the ground and raised it up slightly with his palm facing up. When his palm reached his chin, he spat out a mouthful of turbid chi. The expression in his eyes suddenly changed. He was wailing in pain. Lamenting palm, Mu Nan shouted and locked his aura on Xiao Qin. Then his figure flashed and he sent out a palm strike. When Xiao Qin sent out this palm strike, he felt a state of grief in his heart for no reason. It made him feel extremely depressed. Unexpectedly, he felt like he wanted to leave this world. What a powerful state! It can actually invade one's mind, preventing one from raising their combat prowess. This was similar to Baijian's state. It was also a state of emotion. Unfortunately, it had not been comprehended to great perfection. It did not have much of an effect on Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell and rang in his mind. The state of grief that invaded his mind was instantly expelled. Wu Kuei shakes the heavens. Shao Chen used a powerful move and temporarily forced the black-clothed man back. Then he quickly turned around. Shao Chen merged his vital qi and essence and clashed with Mu Nan's lamenting palm infused with his state. Just as the fist and palm clashed, the 8 acupoints on Shao Chen's left arm exploded. Since you want to clash head-on, I will clash head-on with you. I will use my full power to cripple you with one punch. Shao Chen's gaze turned cold. He gathered his dragon qi and punched with his left fist. Bang! 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 Before Shao Chen's overwhelming strength, Mu Nan's palm strike, which was ineffective against Mu Nan's state, was knocked back by Shao Chen. The might of Mu Nan's attack did not diminish. There were 3 crunching sounds, and Mu Nan's right arm exploded into 3 pieces. When the black-clothed man who had just broken the Wu Kuei shakes the heavens saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. He had not expected Yun Ping and Mu Nan to be severely injured in a few moves. Yun Ping and Mu Nan had lost their combat prowess. Damn it! I should have known that since these two did not obtain 60 victories, they should not be very strong. Yet, I still sought them out to work together. They were blinded by their own benefits. Did they think that when the time came, they could take advantage of the situation and finish them off? Seeing the two unable to withstand a single blow, the black-clothed man thought in frustration, "There is no more chance. Retreat! Flaming cross-chop!" The black-clothed man shouted and drew a horizontal line with his sword. A pale white flame immediately burned on the horizontal line. The black-clothed man sheathed his sword and retreated. Then he drew another vertical line made of white flames. The two lines intersected and formed a cross. Then he flew at Shao Chen. The cross-shaped flame grew as the wind blew. Soon it became incredibly huge. The black-clothed man did not even bother to look at the might of this attack. He turned around and quickly retreated. Trying to run? Do you think you can? Shao Chen said coldly as he placed his right hand on the saber's hilt. Wu Kuei breaks the heavens. Shao Chen shouted and brought out the state of thunder to its limits. The churning thunderclouds in the sky roared ferociously. Bolts of lightning tore through the night sky. A Wu Kuei tree quickly formed above Shao Chen's head. The qi on the saber also slowly lit up. When the Wu Kuei tree was completely formed, the beam of light on the saber also completely formed. A boundlessly resplendent purple beam of light extended from the saber to the front. Bang! In an instant, the beam of light broke through the intersection point of the cross. The cross-shaped flame shattered and turned into sparks. They turned into sparks and swayed in the night sky like sparkling and translucent flowers. The black-clothed man in front was startled. He had not expected his trump card to be broken by Shao Chen so quickly. The black-clothed man could not even block the attack for a moment. He could not help but increase his speed. Mu Nan lay on the ground. He had lost an arm and had lost most of his blood. He stood up weakly. Mu Nan quickly ran out of the courtyard. He did not even have time to bandage the wound on his arm. All he could think about was escaping. Shao Chen looked around and saw the fleeing Mu Nan. His expression turned cold. Since Mu Nan intended to kill someone, he should have been prepared to fail. Die. A dark light flashed, and the palm sword shot out. A bull-sized bloody hole appeared in Mu Nan's chest. He had lost all signs of life. On the other side, Yun Ping had already climbed to the top of the wall. His sternum was broken. Normally, he only needed to jump lightly. Now he had to put in a lot of effort to climb up. Chapter 459. Shao Chen flicked his finger and sent out an extremely dense strand of purple thunder true fire. Then he ignored Yun Ping and quickly chased after the black-clothed man. The purple fire pierced through the back of Yun Ping's head. Yunping's eyes lost their color as he fell heavily to the ground. Two strands of red light flew out from the two corpses and chased after the fleeing Xiaoqin. Then they entered his sea of consciousness. The pool of blood in the scarlet throne had increased in size. At the same time, the intoxicating pleasure appeared. Xiao Chen's gaze was resolute. He did not hesitate to cut off this disharmonious feeling and continued to chase after the black-clothed man. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could sense that the black-clothed man was moving at 3 times the speed of sound. Given Xiao Chen's current speed of 3, 5 times the speed of sound, he would catch up soon. However, the downtown area was not far away. There were many experts in Desolate City. Xiao Chen was afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble, so he planned to block the black-clothed man. Lightning evasion, lightning evasion, lightning evasion. Xiao Chen ignored the exhaustion of his essence and mental energy. Bolts of lightning crackled on the vast land as lightning descended. Xiao Chen moved like he was teleporting. He advanced continuously, slowly closing the distance between him and the black-clothed man. Thunder roared endlessly, and the black-clothed man could not help but turn his head to take a look. It would have been fine if he had not looked. However, when he looked, he was even more astonished. Every time a bolt of lightning descended, Xiao Chen's figure would appear together with it. The distance between him and Xiao Chen shortened rapidly. The black-clothed man was startled. What movement technique is this? Why does it seem like teleportation? Boom! A bolt of lightning descended in front of him. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared before him. The black-clothed man quickly turned his head around and took a few steps back. His right hand grasped the hilt of his sword tightly. Xiao Chen pointed his saber at the black-clothed man and shouted coldly, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Who exactly are you?" "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that sooner or later, I will come and take your high-class monster core." The man in black calmed himself down and sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to use his trump card today. Holy fire burns the heavens. With a light shout, the black-clothed man quickly formed a seal with his hands. His abdomen and dantian suddenly became transparent. A wisp of pale white flame quickly burned in the dantian as the black-clothed man formed hand seals. Boom! When the hand seal was completely formed, pale white flames immediately surged out of his body, forming a white flame vortex that rushed toward Xiao Chen. The flames were incomparably cold. The moment they appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing everyone to feel a bone-piercing chill. It was as if their blood was being frozen. What a strong extreme yin flame, Xiao Chen thought to himself. It looks like I have to use the purple thunder true fire to block it. Before an ordinary saber move could even get close, this extreme yin flame would burn it into ice shards. With a thought, a fierce purple flame quickly burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. Soon, it formed a purple whirlpool and spewed out. Bang! In the dark night, the purple whirlpool and the white whirlpool quickly clashed with each other. The two flames did not give way to each other, but they restrained each other. The moment they came into contact, they intertwined intensely, trying to swallow each other up. However, the two whirlpools were evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. They could only mix together and eventually explode. The surging shock waves spread out in all directions. A deep, spiral-shaped pit appeared in the ground. A few strands of cold wind blew out of it. When the shock waves struck the two, their complexions paled. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was strong. He could endure it much better than his opponent. If Xiao Chen suffered the same blow, he would not be as severely injured as his opponent. Xiao! The whirlpool scattered, and a strand of purple flame flew toward Xiao Chen. That was the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. On the other side, the extreme yin flame's origin flame also slowly flew toward the black-clothed man. glittering wukuei. Qi breaks wukuei. Wukuei transforms to qi. Xiao Chen felt excited. This is a good opportunity. Without waiting for the purple thunder true fire's origin flame to enter his eye, Xiao Qin immediately attacked the black-clothed man. Xiao Qin quickly executed the 3 foundational moves of the Wukuei saber technique in a short time. A chain of purple saber qi flickered with crackling electric light. Each wave was stronger than the one before as they attacked the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man focused on controlling the origin flame and absorbing it into his body. After all, that was an origin flame. He had refined it for 10-odd years before succeeding. If 10-odd years of hard work were lost, any cultivator would despair. The black-clothed man originally thought that Xiao Qin would be like him, focusing on absorbing his origin flame. Who knew? This fellow did not play by the rules. Xiao Qin directly gave up on retrieving his origin flame and took the initiative to attack. This made the black-clothed man feel like vomiting blood. The saber qi surged. Caught off guard, the black-clothed man got a few bloody wounds from the purple saber qi. The purple electric light instantly poured into the black-clothed man's body, giving off a crackling sound. The black-clothed man's wounds felt incredibly painful, and his movements immediately slowed. While you are down, I will take your life. After gaining the initiative, Xiao Qin did not spare the black-clothed man. His aura soared into the sky, and his qi and blood surged endlessly. Xiao Qin executed the extremely tyrannical Wukuei, shakes the heavens again. The divine Wukuei tree suddenly appeared, carrying the force of thunder. It pressed down on the black-clothed man like a 5-ton cauldron. Bang! The black-clothed man received this move head-on and went flying back. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his clothes immediately became tattered. Xiao Qin, consider it my loss today. However, as long as you remain in this ancient, desolate land, I will take back what you owe me 10-fold, 100-fold. The black-clothed man looked at the drifting white origin flame with extreme dissatisfaction. After leaving behind these words, he quickly left this place. Kassier! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and did not give chase. He had already guessed this person's identity. It was the holy fire manner's Leng Yin. From the moment Leng Yin mentioned the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, Xiao Chen had already suspected it. When he saw the pale, white extreme yin flame, Xiao Chen was certain of his suspicions. If Xiao Chen gave chase now, he was 90% confident of finishing off this person tonight. However, when he saw the white origin flame floating beside him, Xiao Chen completely gave up on chasing after him. The earlier fight was too intense. It had already attracted the attention of some people. If Xiao Chen gave chase, he would lose these 2 origin flames. The losses outweighed the gains. Xiao Chen retrieved his origin flame into his right eye. Then he used his spiritual sense to wrap around Leng Yun's origin flame and placed it in his sea of consciousness. After Xiao Chen did all that, he quickly left this place and headed for his courtyard. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen arrived in front of his courtyard. The moment he stepped in, his expression suddenly turned strange. For some reason, the 4 lunar true flames that originally existed in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness all tangled with each other and started fighting with all their might. The 4 even paler lunar true flames in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness headed for the extreme yin flame's origin flame. They quickly tangled with each other, trying to swallow up the origin flame. Looking at the situation, it was as if 4 slightly weak middle-aged men were besieging a strong young man. The youth was stronger, but the middle-aged men outnumbered him. When they surrounded him, they held the advantage. The fluctuations in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness were caused by the intense resistance of the origin flame. Although it did not have any intelligence, it instinctively did not want to be swallowed up by the lunar true flames. When Xiao Chen saw the scene, he entered deep thought. Among the yin flames, the flames were also divided into different grades. There were the extreme Yin flame, and the lunar true flame. Of the three, the lunar true flame was the highest. It was as famous as the extreme solar true flame. As for the legendary heavenly flame, it was said that it could only be resisted by perfectly merging the lunar true flame and the solar true flame. However, Yin and Yang were two opposing energies. Even the lowest grade, heavenly flame, would cause an intense explosion. It was even more difficult to merge the highest grade lunar true flame and solar true flame. This was why the Heavenly Emperor had been able to use his powerful martial techniques and the heavenly flame to sweep through the world, unrivaled. Now, it looked like energies of the same attribute could swallow and merge with each other to strengthen themselves. With a thought, Shao Qin decided to help the lunar true flame. After all, the lunar true flame was of a higher grade. Furthermore, it was a flame that Shao Qin needed to refine equipment in the future. It would be unreasonable not to protect it. Shao Qin's spiritual sense turned into small, sharp arrows and pierced into the origin flame in his sea of consciousness. Then he started to slice the origin flame apart. The origin flame's advantage was its high density. Hence, it could not be swallowed up by the lunar true flame. Now that Shao Qin scattered the density of the origin flame, the 4 strands of lunar true flame immediately found an opportunity to quickly swallow it up. As time slowly passed, the power of the origin flame grew weaker, while the lunar true flame grew stronger. It would not be long before it completely devoured the origin flame. Xiao! The space in Shao Qin's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. The lunar true flame finally swallowed up the origin flame. The 5 strands of lunar true flame turned into 1 strand of lunar true flame. With a thought, Shao Qin summoned out the brand new lunar true flame. Then he placed it on his palm and looked at it carefully. The pale white flame floated above Shao Qin's palm. It looked no different from before. However, there was a rice grain-sized bright spot in the center of the flame. In the past, the lunar true flame was just 4 strands of flame without an origin flame of its own. Now it finally had one. It could be considered a true lunar true flame. Although that origin flame was pitifully small, almost negligible, Shao Qin was very satisfied. He had not expected to have such an unexpected gain tonight. Everything was difficult at the beginning. With a foundation, there was no need to fear that it would not grow stronger. He finally had some progress on refining the origin flame. Shao Qin returned the lunar true flame to his sea of consciousness again. Then he muttered, "The Holy Fire Manor is famous for its holy fire. Perhaps there really is an extreme Yin flame seed there. If there is an opportunity, I should go and take a look." After dealing with the 2 corpses in the courtyard, Shao Qin entered his bedroom and lit an oil lamp. Under the flickering flame, he continued to read Bai Lishi's cultivation notes. When it was late at night, Shao Qin started to struggle to keep his eyelids open. He had not had a good night's sleep for the past few days. He could no longer endure it and fell asleep on the table. Chi-chi. It was unknown when, but the melodious chirping of a bird resounded outside the house. Shao Qin slowly woke up from his deep sleep. The glaring sunlight shone through the cracks of the door and window. Piercing sunlight shone through the cracks in the door and window. Shao Qin's eyes narrowed as he spat out a long breath of turbid air. Then he stretched his body and felt refreshed. Chapter 460. I have not slept so well in a long time. Unexpectedly, it is already noon. It is time to go out and find a fist technique. In a restaurant in the city, Shao Qin ordered a table full of food and wine. Then he called a waiter over and tossed a bag containing hundreds of inferior grade spirit stones to him. The underground market of the ancient, desolate land. Do you know where to go? When the waiter saw the heavy bag, he smiled happily and said, "Is young hero going to take something out or sell something?" Shao Qin put down his wine cup and asked, "Is there a difference?" The waiter smiled and said, There is no difference. The place is the same. However, if you are going to sell something, you have to go to the Heavenly Extermination Union to register. It seems like this is your first time coming to Desolate City. I'm afraid you will take the wrong path. Xiao Chun felt relieved and said, "It's fine. I am not going to sell anything. Just tell me how to get there." The waiter said, "After you leave the shop, head west. There will be a lake in the middle of the city. We call it the Hidden Dragon Lake. The underground market is at the bottom of the lake." After Xiao Chun finished his food and wine, he left the shop and immediately flew west. There were many cultivators in the air. Occasionally, Xiao Chun would run into some cultivators rushing around without any fear. He did not want to invite any unnecessary trouble, so he increased his height by 1 kilometer. Only then did he have much more peace and quiet. The higher he flew, the more essence he exhausted. If there was nothing urgent, most cultivators would not fly more than 1 kilometer. Xiao Chen's vision immediately widened. Suddenly, he discovered that there seemed to be a pagoda behind the many buildings in the distance. There were 5 sharp corners protruding from the top of the pagoda. A formless spiritual energy soared into the sky from the tip of the pagoda. It scattered the clouds and formed a semicircle of empty space. Xiao Chen muttered, "Is this the ancient, desolate tower?" Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not have time now. Otherwise, he would have to go and take a look. He did not know what was inside this mysterious tower. An hour later, a lake filled with spiritual energy appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The lake was calm without any ripples, but there seemed to be undercurrents surging within, and one could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. Hidden Dragon Lake. Could it be that there really is a dragon hiding in this lake? They really dare to randomly name it. Xiao Chen smiled lightly and landed on the surface of the lake. Boom! At this moment, a loud roar came from the center of the lake. The lake water suddenly exploded, creating waves. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Swoosh! Under the pressure of the aura, a circular wall of waves immediately appeared on the surface of the lake, continuously expanding. A moment later, it arrived in front of Xiao Chen, passed through his body, and spread further away. Xiao Chen's clothes were instantly drenched, and he looked like a drowned rat. Strange! I seem to have been frightened by something just now. I could have dodged it, but I couldn't even muster my ki. I have to use my essence to dry my clothes. Xiao Chen thought it was strange. At the same time, he felt very curious about that roar. How unlucky! I don't know what happened. This old ancestor has not been angry for several years. Stop talking. Let's go down first. It's just that our clothes are a little wet. We can use our essence to dry them. Some of the cultivators beside Xiao Chen, who were also standing on the surface of the water, cursed softly. Xiao Chen stopped thinking about other things. In any case, he could not figure it out. So he covered his body with essence. Xiao Chun held his breath and slowly sank to the bottom of the lake with the cultivators beside him. Many cultivators could be seen below the surface of the lake. They moved about, bobbing up and down. Xiao Chen followed the crowd and slowly sank. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen saw a bright white light in the center of the lake. Before he could react, a strong suction pulled him down. When Xiao Chen reacted, he discovered that he was already in midair. There was a transparent barrier above him, separating him from the lake. However, below him was a bustling market. It was brightly lit and people moved about. The sound of people haggling could be heard everywhere. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun slowly floated to the ground. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd. The market was densely packed with trade routes, like a spiderweb. As Xiao Chen walked along the streets, he looked around with interest. Indeed, it was as Xia Xian had said. There were many people from all walks of life here. He even saw many rare demonic cultivators. The cultivators who set up stalls sold everything. There were spirit beast corpses of various ranks, demonic beast materials, spirit cores, demonic cores, medicinal pills, secret manuals, cultivation techniques, spirit weapons, and secret treasures. There were countless of them. Furthermore, these were just the ordinary items. What was even more surprising were some extremely sinister items. For example, there was a living woman placed at a stall with a price tag. After asking around, Xiao Chun found out that this woman had a rare absolute body. She was a good cauldron for evil cultivators to practice. Furthermore, to refine the 10,000 blood demon pearl using human souls, one would have to kill 10,000 martial saints to refine it. All sorts of extremely sinister items were common here. Along the way, Xiao Chun met many cultivators with deep cultivations. Xiao Chun carefully withdrew his aura. He was nothing here. Those strong cultivators could easily squash him to death with one finger. However, there was no need to worry about them killing him in the market. No one dared to disobey the rules of the Heavenly Extermination Union. However, once Xiao Chun left the market, it would be hard to say. Suddenly, Xiao Chun stopped in front of a stall. He stared at a black stone the size of a human head. This is an embryo of astral iron. After refining it, you can extract astral iron the size of a palm, Xiao Chun said, his heart thumping with excitement. Astral iron was obtained from a meteorite. It could be used to repair strong, ancient, secret treasures. It was also an important material for refining. Xiao Chun had once obtained a small piece of astral iron and used it to repair the Eastern Emperor Bell. Unfortunately, the Eastern Emperor Bell's grade was too high. That small amount of astral iron was not enough to repair it completely. As a result, the Eastern Emperor Bell became a piece of scrap metal again. The owner of the stall was barely an inferior grade martial king. He did not seem to recognize this astral iron. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He squatted down and picked up a rank 7 demonic core beside the astral iron. He asked, "How much is this demonic core?" When the owner of the stall saw that there was business, he immediately smiled and said, "This is the demonic core of the rank 7 wind-attributed demonic beast, the green hummingbird. When embedded in a spirit weapon, it can increase the attack speed of the spirit weapon. If you are a wind-attributed cultivator, you can use the turbidine water to extract the demonic beast's evil chi. You can absorb the demonic beast's energy directly and use it to refine medicine." When Xiao Chun saw the other party introducing the demonic core nonstop, he interrupted. "I know. I am asking how much it is, not what it is used for." The owner of the stall smiled embarrassedly and said, "It is not expensive. If it is inferior grade spirit stones, I will give you 20,000. If it is medial grade spirit stones, I will give you 100. Xiao Chen took out 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones and tossed them to the other party. He said, "I want this demonic core." Straightforward. The demonic core is yours. The owner of the stall revealed a smile and tossed the demonic core to Xiao Chen. Clearly, he did not expect Xiao Chen to accept it so readily. Xiao Chen played with the demonic core for a while. The expression on his face seemed to be very happy. His intuition told him that Xiao Chen might be a big customer. He might even be a disciple of a noble clan. Since he was so generous, he could not miss this opportunity. Seeing that Xiao Chen was preparing to leave, the owner of the stall quickly said, "Young hero, do you want to continue looking? I still have some good things that I can't hide." Xiao Chen turned around and asked interestedly, "What good things?" The owner of the stall chuckled and took out some secret treasures from his spatial ring. Then he placed them on display. Xiao Chen held them in his hand and felt them carefully. He could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. They were all trash secret treasures. They would be useful for martial saints. However, after martial kings, they would be useless. They were similar to the jade pendant that Xiao Chen obtained in the past. They were already outdated. However, the expression on Xiao Chen's face did not change. He nodded his head heavily and said, "Good things, I want them all." "How much are they?" "Don't talk nonsense with me. introducing a bunch of things. Just tell me how much they are. When the owner of the stall heard this, he was slightly stunned. After a while, he rejoiced in his heart. It looked like he had met the rumored rich man. Xiao Qin clearly did not know anything, yet he acted like he did. He said that a pile of trash was good. Secret treasures were valuable, but not all secret treasures were valuable. This pair of inferior-grade secret treasures was just a pile of trash to martial kings. Seeing the owner of the stall remain silent, Xiao Chen said somewhat impatiently, "How much are they? If you are not going to make a price, I will be leaving." The owner of the stall recovered his wits and clenched his teeth. 200,000 inferior-grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen remained silent, not saying anything. The owner of the stall knew that he had exaggerated the price. He quickly said, 150,000 inferior-grade spirit stones is fine as well. Xiao Chen seemed to have just recovered his wits. He said, 150,000 inferior-grade spirit stones? That's fine. Deal. When the owner of the stall heard this, he could not help but vomit blood in his heart. It turned out that this fellow did not hear what he said earlier. I lost 50,000 inferior-grade spirit stones just because I spoke too much. The owner of the stall was filled with regret. When he saw Xiao Qin preparing to leave after paying the bill, he said unwillingly, "Wait a moment, young hero. I still have something good here." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "You still have something good? Bring it over and let me take a look." "Good stuff, good stuff." The owner of the stall looked around his stall, but he could not find anything that he could use to bluff his way out of. Suddenly he saw that swarthy astral iron raw stone. His eyes lit up and he smiled. "This is it." "What is this again?" The owner of the stall was put in a difficult position. He did not know what this thing was. He only felt that it looked useful, so he casually put it out. Now that he had to introduce it, he did not know how to do so. He felt very anxious, hoping that Xiao Qin would say, "Cut the crap, just make a price." Xiao Qin said doubtfully, "What is this?" "Ha ha! Young hero, you still don't know what this is?" The owner of the stall laughed embarrassedly. He said, "You know what this is. I'll just make a price, right?" Xiao Qin shook his head. "I don't know." "What is this? Isn't it just a black stone? What is its use? Just tell me." The owner of the stall was very anxious. He did his best to search for words to describe this black stone. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not think of anything. Chapter 461. This was because he did not know what this black stone was. Even if he wanted to make something up, he would not have a good reason. After holding it in for a long time, he still could not come up with anything. He could only feign a strange smile and say, "Young hero, you understand." Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "I really don't understand." The owner of the stall was in a rush to make an offer. However, when he saw that Xiao Qin did not take the bait, he felt very depressed. He really did not know how to continue making things up. Xiao Chen's lips curled up as he said, "If you don't want to say, then never mind. I'll take my leave first." The owner of the stall quickly stood up and blocked Xiao Qin. He said anxiously, "Young hero, don't go. If you really don't understand, then I'll explain it to you." Xiao Qin asked curiously, "What exactly is it?" The owner of the stall thought very quickly. After a while, he quickly said, "This black stone is the egg of a rank 10 spirit beast. You can hug it and sleep on your belly every day. After 49 days, the life within the egg will sense your source of life. After 49 days, the eggshell will slowly transform. After that, after 49 days, a young rank 10 spirit beast will come out." The owner of the stall said a lot in one breath. After he finished, he heaved a sigh of relief. He praised himself in his heart. "I did not expect myself to be so quick-witted." Xiao Qin laughed in his heart. He really admired this person. It must have been hard on him to boast to such an extent. However, the expression on Xiao Chen's face did not change. He only said with some doubt, A rank 10 spirit beast egg? Is that true? The owner of the stall said very seriously, "It is definitely true, as long as you give me 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. It will be yours." Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "I don't believe you. How about you sleep for 49 days first? When its eggshell has transformed, I will come back and buy it." Originally, Xiao Chun was starting to believe him. He did not expect the owner of the stall to say that this was just a stone. How could it transform while sleeping? The owner of the stall smiled awkwardly and said, "This thing can only be slept by itself. Otherwise, the spirit beast will not recognize it as its master." Xiao Chun did not say much and directly said, "You must have slept until your balls hurt. I'll give you 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. If you sell it to me like this, even 10,000 would be too much. Goodbye. Don't go. 10,000 it is. This black stone is yours." The stall owner immediately shoved the raw astral iron into Xiao Chen's arms, refusing to let him leave no matter what. The stall owner smiled and said, "All right, young hero, you've already bought it. Pay up." Xiao Chen did not expect the owner to shove it for 10,000 spirit, with spirit, stone, astral spirit stone. Xiao wanted to give it for it. Xiao, spirit out to him. It's spirit out, only with 10 spirit, astral, Xiao, spirit 10. The owner of the stall made it seem like he had gained a great advantage. He was afraid that Xiao Chen would go back on his word. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen tossed 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones to the other party. Then he put away the astral iron stone and left without looking back. The owner of the stall took the spirit stones and watched Xiao Chen leave. A smile bloomed on his face. If there are a few more rich people like him coming every day, it would be hard for me not to get rich. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and continued to stroll around the market. As he searched for fist technique manuals, he also looked for opportunities to pick up leftovers. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chen saw dozens of fist technique manuals. However, they were all medial grade earth, ranked martial techniques. There were very few superior grade earth, ranked martial techniques. Even if there was an attribute, it would not be suitable for him. It was extremely difficult to find a pure, lightning-attributed cultivation technique. As for peak superior grade earth, ranked martial techniques, Xiao Qin did not see a single one. After strolling around for a while, Xiao Qin could not help but feel disappointed. It looked like it would be difficult to find a suitable high-ranked cultivation technique within 10 days. Xiao Chen put down another secret manual in his hand and said to the owner of the stall, "Sorry, this one is not suitable for me either." The owner of the stall was an old man in his 60s. He glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "I did not expect little friend to have such high standards. If you really have enough spirit stones, I can recommend someone to you. If you go to him, you will definitely be able to buy the secret manual that you need." Xiao Chen asked interestedly, "What do you mean by that?" The old man smiled, but did not say anything. Xiao Chen understood what the old man meant. He took out 200 medial grade spirit stones and handed them over. "Senior, please help me out." The old man casually weighed the spirit stones in his hand and said in satisfaction, "After you leave this street, turn 3 streets to the left. That is the street that specializes in selling secret manuals. Go to stall number 1 and take a look. The things there are very expensive, but they will definitely have what you need." Xiao Qin thanked the old man and took his leave. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen arrived at the street that he mentioned. Indeed, it was as the old man said. Although the street was small and there were not many people, it was very quiet. However, the stalls were filled with cultivation techniques and secret manuals. As Xiao Chen counted in his heart, he slowly arrived at stall number 1. The owner of the stall was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a ferocious-looking face. He glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled faintly. Although it was a friendly smile, it made one's hair stand on end. "Are you here to buy secret manuals?" the middle-aged man asked. Xiao Chen nodded. "I only want superior grade earth, ranked fist techniques, and above. It would be best if they are lightning attributed." The middle-aged man did not say anything more. He flipped through the stall and found 4 secret manuals, handing them over. Xiao Chen received them and flipped through them one by one. The first manual was a tyrant fist that did not have any elemental requirements. There was a total of 10 moves. The fist technique was incomparably tyrannical, each move more ruthless than the one before. This fist technique focused on one's aura, using one's aura to suppress others. If one met a cultivator weaker than them, they could deal with them with one punch. If a stronger cultivator wanted to break the fist technique, they would have to learn an extremely ingenious move. Otherwise, they could only clash head-on and suppress themselves with their aura. The weakness was that it exhausted a lot of essence. A regular superior grade martial king's essence would be completely drained after one set of fist techniques. The other weakness was that the moves were not flexible enough and focused on being straightforward. This fist technique was a superior grade earth ranked fist technique. Xiao Chen thought to himself, not bad. If there is nothing else, I will choose this. This tyrant fist technique suits my requirements. Xiao Chen had abundant essence, much more than a regular martial king. Even if he ran out of essence, he would still have vital qi to support it. The first weakness could be ignored. As for the second weakness, Xiao Chen did not need to worry about it. This fist technique was only a support. He still had more ingenious saber techniques. The second manual was a wind-attributed fist technique. It focused on fast punching speed and ingenious techniques. Xiao Chen shook his head and gave up on it. Saber techniques focused on speed and technique. Fist techniques did not need to focus on speed. Xiao Chen continued to look at the third manual. It was a lightning-attributed superior grade earth ranked fist technique, Thunder Rock Fist. This was a fist technique created by a senior expert after observing the lightning-attributed superior grade spirit beast, the Thunder Rock. This fist technique contained the speed of the Thunder Rock, the berserk nature of the Thunder Rock, and the techniques of the Thunder Rock when hunted. In addition, Xiao Chen's own comprehensions formed this strong Thunder Rock fist. Xiao Chen thought to himself, that old man did not lie to me. He managed to find 2 fist techniques that suited him in one go. Xiao Chen continued to look. If there were no better ones, he would just randomly choose one of these 2. The fourth manual was called Dragon Claw Fist. It was a martial technique that combined fist techniques and claw techniques. It was very hard to defend against when one switched between a fist and a claw. Dragon Claw. Xiao Chen liked these 2 terms. Perhaps it could be combined with the blue dragon chi. Xiao Chen continued to read. The Dragon Claw Fist was a peak superior grade earth ranked fist technique. His expression could not help but change. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between peak superior grade earth ranked and peak superior grade earth ranked fist techniques, their might was completely different. The might of a peak superior grade earth ranked fist technique was already infinitely close to that of a heaven ranked martial technique. However, heaven ranked martial techniques could not be used without reaching a certain cultivation realm. If one forcefully used it, there would be the danger of the body exploding. Xiao Chen himself had an unbearable experience. Hence, if one could find a peak superior grade earth ranked martial technique, it would be the most powerful martial technique under martial monarch. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, "Is this Dragon Claw Fist really a peak superior grade earth ranked martial technique?" The secret manual that the other party handed over only had a name and a rough introduction. It did not have the actual incantation or the circulation route of essence. Hence, Xiao Chen could not make a judgment. The middle-aged man smiled and said, I did not build up my reputation in a day or two. Since I said it is a peak superior grade Earth ranked martial technique, then it is. However, that manual of yours is a little special. Even if you bought it, it would be useless. Why? The owner of the stall explained, this fist technique can only be circulated with pure vital qi. Furthermore, it has very high requirements for the physical body. If the physical body is not strong enough, even if you are a vital qi cultivator, if you use it rashly, you will end up with severe internal injuries. Even if you do not manage to kill your opponent, you will end up killing yourself. Seeing how your essence is surging, naturally, you are not a physical body cultivator. It would be even more impossible for you to circulate your vital qi freely in your body. Hence, even if you bought it, it would be useless. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. This dragon claw fist was prepared for him. He casually asked, How much is it? The middle-aged man asked doubtfully, You want to buy it? Xiao Chen did not beat around the bush. He said directly, As long as the price is not too exaggerated, I will buy it. The middle-aged man said sullenly, Don't worry. I always get what I pay for. Although the martial technique you want is a peak superior grade Earth ranked martial technique, it is too unpopular. I will not ask for a random price. 30,000 medial grade spirit stones will do. 30,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen nodded and prepared to pay. He knew that the other party did not ask for a random price. A peak superior grade Earth ranked martial technique of the other category was sold for 50,000 medial grade spirit stones. There were no surprises. Xiao Chen probed, Can I use inferior grade spirit stones to pay? The middle-aged man shook his head and said no. Past inferior grade Earth ranked all martial techniques have to be paid with medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen no longer hesitated. He had only asked casually. He had already guessed that the other party would not agree. After the middle-aged man paid the spirit stones, he counted the number. Then he took out the true copy of the secret manual from his spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen looked through it and verified that there were no mistakes, he placed it in his universe ring. Before he left, Xiao Chen looked at the many secret manuals on the stall. He asked curiously, Where did you get these secret manuals from? If the information is confidential, I can pay with spirit stones. With such a secret manual, it should be a land of fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters were very attractive to cultivators. Xiao Chen was no exception. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, It is not confidential. After you leave, this secret manual might end up in my hands again. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. He now knew how the other party obtained these secret manuals. They were obtained by killing people and robbing them. For this person to be able to snatch so many secret manuals, he was probably a half-step martial monarch at the very least. Ha ha! Don't worry, I never make a move on my customers. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he laughed loudly. Chapter 462. This fellow is a madman. Xiao Chen did not linger. He turned around and left the place. Now that he had obtained the secret manual, there was no need to continue looking around. Xiao Chen left the street and prepared to soar into the air. However, just at this moment, a cultivator wearing a black cloak, his face hidden in the shadows, landed in front of Xiao Chen. Then he immediately headed north. Xiao Chen felt that this person looked familiar. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense, and his expression changed. Chu Chaoyan, what is he doing here? He should be here to get something. After all, if Xiao Chen could come, it would not be strange for him to come as well. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and stopped paying attention. However, he suddenly discovered a strange problem. After Chu Chaoyan landed, he did not look at anything. He just headed north. not even bothering to look at the surrounding stalls. Something is strange. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and decided to follow. He withdrew his aura and maintained a 2-kilometer distance. Xiao Chen followed Chu Chaoyan stealthily. Soon, Chu Chaoyan left the vicinity of the market. Xiao Chen found it even more strange. What is this fellow doing here? Outside the market was an extremely desolate land. Only some flourishing weeds grew. The cold wind howled, making it look very desolate. Chu Chaoyan did not stop at all. His destination was very clear. He kept walking until he finally stopped before a tombstone. Beside the tombstone, there was a deep pool of water. The surface of the pool was covered with ice, and it looked very strange. Xiao Chen removed his black cloak. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyan was wearing the golden robes of the Tianwu dynasty. Chu Chaoyan's perpetually calm face revealed a faint sadness. He squatted down and started to pull out the weeds around the tombstone. The tombstone was already very dilapidated. The words on it were already cracked. Xiao Chen took a long time before he could see them clearly. Then he slowly read, "Grave of Chu Jiaoyang. Chu Jiaoyang, Chu Jiaoyang." Xiao Chen repeated this name twice in his heart, and his expression changed drastically. The Tianwu emperor, who established the Tianwu dynasty and moved unhindered across the continent, the one who was praised for tens of thousands of years, wasn't the real name of Chu Jiaoyang? Impossible. This is impossible. Xiao Chen was extremely astonished. The Tianwu emperor, Chu Jiaoyang, was a peerless genius unrivaled in the world, praised for tens of thousands of years. Even to this day, he was still an unsurpassable legend of the Tianwu continent. The title of the strongest person since the ancient era definitely belonged to him. However, his tombstone was so simple and crude that it was even a bit dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. Currently, the grave of any city lord of a small city would be many times more luxurious than this gravestone. He was the Tianwu emperor. How could his gravestone be so simple? Waves surged in Xiao Chen's heart. He couldn't figure out how this was possible. The tomb of the heavenly arch was actually so simple. What Xiao Chen couldn't figure out was why Chu Chaoyan was here. Furthermore, logically speaking, this gravestone should not have been hard to find. Why did he not think of attacking the tomb of the heavenly arch? After all, no matter how simple it was still the tomb of the heavenly arch. Even the corpse of a heavenly arch was priceless and inestimable. All sorts of doubts lingered in Xiao Chen's heart, causing his mind to be in a mess. Then he carefully recalled the past. Suddenly, Xiao Chen remembered the first time he met Chu Chaoyan. There was a heavenly thearch's tomb there as well. However, it was the last one, the last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. Compared to Chu Jiaoyang, he was worlds apart. As the biggest winner of that fortuitous encounter, not only did Chu Chaoyan obtain the corpse of Emperor Wu, he even absorbed a tenth of the heavenly flame and obtained the life-extinguishing, blood-reversing swordplay. Now that Chu Jiaoyang appeared here, perhaps everything that happened that day was not a coincidence. Everything was within his calculations. If Xiao Chen thought deeper, the map that the Yu clan obtained back then might have been purposely obtained by the Yu clan. If all this was true, then the depths of Chu Chaoyan's schemes were truly horrifying. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, the ice-covered pond shattered with a kase sound. A drawn-out aura soared into the sky from the cracks in the ice. That aura was like a long straight line. Soon, it pierced through the barrier of the underground market and pierced into the lake. Xiao Chen was startled. When he first arrived at the Hidden Dragon Lake, the aura he felt came from here. Boom! The ice completely shattered, and a snow-white flood dragon leaped out of the pond. Its body was more than 200 meters long. White scales lined its body, and auspicious clouds spread out from its body. An ancient dragon might spread out into the surroundings from its body. Immediately, everyone in the underground market felt an enormous pressure. Their gazes were filled with doubt. Why did this ancestor come out for no reason? Could it be that someone has designs on the Heavenly Emperor's tomb? He is too bold. He really does not know how to spell the word death. However, no one dared to go and watch the excitement. They all remained where they were and did what they were supposed to do. Even if they were curious, they did not have the guts to go and watch. There is actually a dragon in this hidden dragon lake. Xiao Chun thought in horror. This was a rank 10 frost flood dragon, an existence equal to a peak martial sage. Looking at the auspicious clouds covering its body, it clearly showed signs of transforming into a true dragon. Such a flood dragon had lived for an unknown period of time. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to do anything to it. It was an existence that truly stood at the top of the food chain. No wonder no one had any designs on this simple heavenly emperor's tomb, even though it was placed here. 2 kilometers away, Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and lay on the ground even more carefully. At this moment, he did not even dare to send out his spiritual sense. With just a thought from such a strong frost flood dragon, Xiao Chun would be able to sense it. No matter how strong Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could compare to a flood dragon. Before the gravestone, Chu Chaoyun waved at the soaring frost flood dragon and said, "Ao Yang, it has been a long time." It has indeed been a long time. The last time you came here was probably 4 years ago, the flood dragon said in an extremely aged voice. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Then he took out a stack of yellow paper and the items of the priest and placed them in front of the gravestone. A golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and all the offerings started burning. Chu Chaoyun looked at the burning yellow paper in a daze. The sorrowful expression on his face became even more intense. Then Chu Chaoyun touched the mottled gravestone with his right hand and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "Even if you were a peerless talent, unparalleled in the world, unrivaled in the world, in the end, you are just a pile of dirt, a broken gravestone. Even after 10,000 years, your name still remains. However, your dynasty no longer exists. Your descendants do not even have the qualifications to be a proper human being." Xiao Chun could not hear what Chu Chaoyun said. However, when he saw the burning offerings, he was startled. Could this Chu Chaoyun be a descendant of the Tianwu dynasty's royal court? Xiao. Just at this moment, an extremely cold gaze stared at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's chest tightened. He knew that the frost flood dragon had sensed his emotional fluctuations earlier. Bang! Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen smacked the ground heavily and immediately shot forward. The lines on the blood flame, shoes, suddenly lit up. Xiao Chen's speed instantly reached Mach 4 as he soared into the sky. Ca, ca, ca. The moment the frost flood dragon left, a layer of cold qi appeared where Xiao Chen had been lying earlier. The frost flood dragon froze all the dirt into ice shards. After that, the ice exploded, sending countless ice shards flying in all directions. The surrounding cold qi spread out and a cold wind howled. A huge pit appeared in the ground. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen did not even notice how the frost flood dragon made its move. He felt extremely nervous as he quickly flew into the sky. He only wanted to leave this market as soon as possible. He had no intention of resisting. The frost flood dragon looked at Xiao Chun in the air. Its eyes flickered slightly as it prepared to spit out another dragon breath to kill Xiao Chun. However, after a while, it discovered something else. It stopped opening its mouth and raised its claws, sending out an extremely sharp, cold qi. Bang! Xiao Chun felt a cold qi explode behind him. A horrifying energy surged over, and the lightning-attributed essence in his body was immediately destroyed. Pu Ci! Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. That huge force pushed him forward continuously. Soon he was out of the barrier and into the lake. The huge force did not diminish as it carried Xiao Chen's body forward. After an instant, Xiao Chen appeared above the hidden dragon lake, leaving behind a pillar of water. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then he checked his internal injuries. To his surprise, he discovered that he had not suffered any injuries. The cold qi that had rushed into his body and caused him unbearable pain did not injure him. Instead, it forced out some of the impurities in his essence. That was to say, not only did Xiao Chen not suffer any losses, but he even gained something for free. Splash! The water pillar fell, and the lake rippled for a long time before it slowly stopped. Xiao Chen stared at the water for a long time. He could not figure out why that rank 10 frost flood dragon helped him. Beside the heavenly emperor's grave, the frost flood dragon's aged voice rang out again. Chu Chaoyin, don't bring anyone with you next time. Even if you are the successor of the Qing emperor, there is no exception. Chu Chaoyin said somewhat helplessly, I really did not know that he followed me here. Furthermore, I do not know when I will come again. The frost flood dragon's voice rang out again. I don't care what you want to do. You had better not have any designs on the things in the heavenly emperor's grave. After saying that, the frost jiao dragon dived back into the deep pool of water. Chu Chaoyin clenched his right fist tightly. His gaze was resolute as he looked at the simple heavenly emperor's grave. He muttered, The dead are already dead. I still have some respect for you. Xiao Chen cautiously returned to his courtyard. Under a small tree in the courtyard, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He started to carefully sense the cold qi that the frost flood dragon gave him. He felt that there was still some remnant cold qi in his body that had not been used yet. It would be a waste not to make good use of it. Qi, qi. As Xiao Chen circulated his essence, the cold qi that permeated his flesh, meridians, and internal organs was quickly absorbed by Xiao Chen. Chapter 463. This was clearly a bone-chilling cold qi. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen felt warm. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Aside from the benefits of this cold qi, he also thought of some other things. He also thought of something else. Cold qi could hurt people, but it could also help people. Xiao Chen did not know if this logic applied to other attributes. The wind had a berserk side, but it also had a gentle spring breeze that warmed the human body. Fire had a temperature and could kill. However, it was also a necessity for ordinary people when cooking. If Xiao Chen were to apply these principles to his state, he wondered if his comprehension of the state would reach a higher level. This logic was still too profound. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it for now. Then he focused on absorbing the cold qi. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He felt a warm and numb sensation throughout his body. Waves of turbid qi gathered in his abdomen from all over his body. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and a stream of black blood spurted out of his fingertip. The instant the black blood left his body, Xiao Chen felt his entire body relax. What a powerful cold qi! Unexpectedly, it managed to heal all the hidden injuries that I did not notice before. Xiao Chen stretched his body and felt astonished. He could not understand why that rank 10 frost flood dragon would help him. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door, interrupting Xiao Chen's thoughts. When Xiao Chen opened the door, he saw an ordinary person wearing gray robes with 3 golden threads embroidered on his collar. This person held a letter in his hand. May I ask if this young hero's surname is Xiao? The person asked respectfully with a cupped fist salute. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his acknowledgement. The other party smiled and said, In that case, you have found the right person. This letter is for you. Goodbye. The letter floated in his hand. Xiao Chen did not immediately pick it up. The person who delivered the letter looked ordinary, but his attitude was very appropriate. He did not have the reverence that a high-ranked cultivator would have. Furthermore, poisoning the letter was a rather common method. It was better to be cautious. Xiao Chun waved his hand gently, and a strand of essence shot out. The letter immediately tore open, revealing the letter inside. The paper unfolded and floated in the air. After Xiao Qin finished reading it, he flicked out a wisp of purple flames and completely burned it to ashes. Strange! Why did Zhuo Mo of Beast Taming Camp gather everyone? Zhuo Mo was Pei Xiaoshuan's first Xixiang, the strongest third-generation disciple of the Beast Taming Camp. He was very strong. In the previous five-nation youth competition, he managed to rank within the top 20. He was one of the few who could withstand the pressure and enter the top 20. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the number one young master of Great Tang. The content of the envelope was very simple. It was to invite Xiao Qin to attend a gathering in 5 days. It seemed like he wanted to gather all the participants of the second round of selection and familiarize themselves with each other. Xiao Qin said softly, "That's good too. If we all go, it's not a bad thing to scout ahead." Keeping this matter in mind, Xiao Qin took out the peak earth-ranked fist technique, the Dragon Claw Fist, and carefully looked at it. The Dragon Claw Fist was a fist technique that perfectly merged the fist with the claw. The switching between the fist and the claw was very hard to defend against. According to the introduction in the secret manual, when practiced to great perfection, there would not be much of a barrier between the fist and the claw. When the Dragon Claw Fist technique was executed, it contained the might of the fist and the sharpness of the claw. The fist technique had a total of 7 moves. The first 3 moves were the basics. They did not have names and only allowed the cultivator to switch between the fist and the claw freely. From the 4th move onwards, the might of the Dragon Claw Fist technique increased. Each move was stronger than the one before, and every move was a killing move. Furthermore, each move had 2 different ways of executing it. Using the fist or the claw would result in a completely different move. This meant that the 4 moves could be turned into 8 moves. These 4 moves were Berserk Dragon, burning the heavens, breaking armor, and seizing the heart. After Xiao Qin finished reading the secret manual, he closed his eyes and started to carefully comprehend it. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. Xiao Qin put away the secret manual and started to circulate his vital qi according to the method in the manual. Boom! Boom! Xiao Qin circulated his vital qi in his chest and transferred it to his right arm. He immediately felt a swelling pain in his arm, like his flesh would explode in the next moment. Along with the swelling pain, Xiao Qin felt an incomparably strong force pour into his arm. What a tyrannical force! No wonder the middle-aged man said that people who had not reached great perfection could not practice this palm technique. Xiao Qin knew that he had overestimated himself. The moment he started, he circulated all his vital qi. He quickly reduced the amount of vital qi he used by half. The pain immediately vanished, and the circulation of vital qi became very smooth. Soon it entered his palm. Pa! When Xiao Qin punched, the force exploded in the air. A strong wind immediately blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Without losing any momentum, Xiao Qin followed the method in the Dragon Claw Fist and formed a claw with his 5 fingers. The scattered force in the air was instantly absorbed. Xiao Qin merged the remaining vital qi with Xiao Qin's. When he swung his claw, a strong wind blew, and 5 deep claw marks appeared in the air. After a long time, they slowly faded away. Just half of my vital qi is already so strong. When I bring out all my vital qi, how ferocious will it be? Xiao Qin revealed a joyful smile as he spoke happily. Furthermore, he did not even use the Azure Dragon energy in his arm. If he layered his vital qi and dragon qi together, he would be able to defeat the Azure Dragon. The might of a fist and a claw strike made even Xiao Qin feel that it was somewhat monstrous. A peak Earth ranked fist technique is indeed an Earth ranked fist technique. I did not spend so many spirit stones in vain, Xiao Qin thought, smiling happily. 2 days later, Xiao Qin had already mastered the first 3 moves of the Dragon Claw Fist. The transition between fist and claw had already reached the initial stage. Xiao Qin had reached small perfection. However, he was still a distance away from being able to move freely. However, that would require time to accumulate. It was not that Xiao Qin's comprehension ability was lacking. It was just a matter of time. Fist! In the courtyard, Xiao Qin shouted. All the vital qi in Xiao Qin's body circulated in his abdomen and poured into his right arm. After 2 days of practice, Xiao Qin's physical body could already contain this vital qi without feeling any pain. When the vital qi flowed through his arm, the blue dragon tattoo moved slowly. Strands of dragon qi slowly seeped into the vital qi. The strength in his arm increased by more than 20%. He clenched his fist tightly. When he felt the surging energy, Xiao Qin punched. Explode! A cyan energy visible to the naked eye exploded, causing a violent gale to blow in the courtyard. A few small trees were actually pulled up by this gale. Cassier! Cassier! When the energy surged out, the small trees immediately shattered into countless pieces. Claw! Xiao Qin shouted again and formed a claw with his fingers. The surrounding azure energy surged over and merged with the remaining energy in his arm. Pu Ci! The 5 cyan claw marks seemed to break through the air. The falling leaves in the courtyard that were flying all over the sky suddenly had 5 extremely obvious gaps. Fist! Xiao Qin's lower body sank down. The instant he retracted his claw, he pushed forward. His aura suddenly changed, turning into a fist wind and attacking forward. After this happened more than 10 times, Xiao Qin slowly stopped. After thinking for a while, he said softly, "The force of the fist wind looks very ferocious. However, it seems to be somewhat scattered. I have to think of a way to gather it together." Following that, Xiao Qin started to focus on practicing the fist wind. He focused the force of the fist wind on one point, not spreading it to other places. Time passed slowly. After another 2 days, Xiao Qin had completely stabilized the 3 basic moves of the Dragon Claw Fist. The problem of the scattered fist wind was also solved. After all, it was not a particularly profound technique. Xiao Qin had been able to do it in the past. Now, he only made a small improvement to the Dragon Claw Fist, making it more suitable for himself. It is time to practice the official moves of the Dragon Claw Fist. Berserk Dragon Fist, Berserk Dragon Claw. There is clearly only one move, but there are 2 different ways to deduce it. I have to think about it carefully. Xiao Qin took a deep breath and said with a resolute gaze, "In the western district of Desolate City, Zuemo of the beast-taming abode had already reserved the entire courtyard. The tables and chairs in the courtyard were arranged very neatly. The 200-odd people who passed the second round of selection were gathered together according to the different empires. The Tang Nation's people were with the Tang Nation's people, and the Chu Nation's people were with the Chu Nation's people. After all, the people from the same nation were the most familiar. It was hard to avoid competition between geniuses. When the cultivators from the same nation gathered together, it was like they were in a group. There were close to 300 outstanding talents. The great Qi nation's cultivators were in an awkward position. Aside from Duanyuking, Hua Yunfei, Mu Qingxue, and Ji Changkong, there were only a few outstanding talents from the imperial capital. Compared to the other nations, there were only a few dozen people. The difference was very obvious. Even with the addition of Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyan, who had not arrived yet, there were less than 20 people. When the outstanding talents of the surrounding nations looked at where Hua Yunfei and the others were, disdain occasionally flashed in their eyes. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other, making the great Qi nation's people feel very embarrassed. In reality, the great Qi nation's spiritual energy was sparse. It had been at the bottom of the four great nations for a long time already. In the previous five-nation youth competition, no one had made it into the top 100. Unfortunately, the five-nation youth competition had a rule that the royal clan disciples could not participate. Otherwise, with Ingyu's strength, she would have no problem making it into the top 20. The royal clans of the various nations formed their own system. It was said that they could communicate with the upper realm and had their own blessed lands. Hence, the invitation to the ancient desolate tower was the same as the five-nation youth competition. It would not be sent to the royal clans of the various nations. Lu Yong, we have not met for 3 years already. It is rare for us to meet again. I wonder if your sword is still better than mine? Just at this moment, a cultivator from the great Xia nation, Zhou Wei, spoke to a great Tang nation disciple with a soaring aura. In other words, this gathering was a chance for everyone to test each other's strength before the arena battles. There were many familiar faces here. They all wanted to know how much the other party had improved. Then, they could estimate their own strength and their chances of obtaining one of the 20 spots. Half of the reason why so many people came was because of Zhuo Mo. The other half was because of the 20 spots. The great Tang nation's Lu Yong stood up and smiled faintly. I had the same intention. I could defeat you 1 year ago. 1 year later, I can still defeat you. Show. As soon as the two of them stepped forward, the sounds of discussion immediately stopped, and everyone's gazes converged on them. Chapter 464. In the arena battles, everyone could be an opponent. If one could understand each other's strength in advance, it would save them a lot of effort. Dang! Dang! In the courtyard, sword Qi crisscrossed, and the two of them quickly got into a fight, unleashing all sorts of sword moves. The two were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. Lu Yong was somewhat surprised. He said, I did not expect you to have comprehended sword intent in 1 year. Furthermore, you have cultivated it to 30% comprehension. You are not simple. Zhou Wei executed his sword intent to the extreme. He said with some pride, 1 year is enough for many things to change. If this is all you are capable of, you should just admit defeat when you meet me in the arena battles. Boom! The sword in Zhou Wei's hand trembled, and an even stronger sword intent surged out. Even the sword Qi became sharper. Dang! 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 As Zhou Wei swung his sword, he forced Lu Yong back a few steps. The advantage in the arena started to tilt in Zhou Wei's favor. That is 50% comprehended sword intent. The cultivators watching outside the arena exclaimed softly. 50% comprehended sword intent was already at the peak of small perfection. As long as one crossed this threshold, it would be a great perfection sword intent. For a regular swordsman to achieve 50% comprehended sword intent at such a young age, it was already very strong. No wonder this person dared to challenge Lu Yong. So it turned out that he had such confidence. Now he felt relieved. Lu Yong's expression also changed slightly. However, he quickly recovered. He smiled faintly and said, 50% comprehended sword intent? I achieved it half a year ago. You should have just reached it. Boom! Lu Yong's sword intent soared as well, and his aura immediately recovered. Furthermore, his grasp of sword intent was even higher than Zhou Wei's. Furthermore, Lu Yong's state was stronger than Zhou Wei's. He instantly gained the upper hand. Zhou Wei could only bitterly defend at some point in time. After 100 moves, Lu Yong narrowed his eyes. He found an opening and thrust his sword at Zhou Wei's face. This attack was cold and sharp. It was extremely dangerous. Zhou Wei was startled and quickly withdrew his sword to block. Who knew that Lu Yong was just faking it? The instant Zhou Wei withdrew his sword, Lu Yong's sword stabbed forward. It struck Zhou Wei's wrist and immediately cut open a wound. The sword flew out of Zhou Wei's hand. Lu Yong took advantage of the situation and took a step forward. The cold edge of the sword rested on Zhou Wei's neck. Thanks for letting me win, Brother Zhou. It looks like you've wasted a year of training. It's best if you don't meet him in the arena. Lu Yong laughed heartily and sheathed his sword, returning Zhou Wei's words back to him. Zhou Wei went back to his table, feeling a little depressed. His friends next to him immediately comforted him. Don't be depressed. You have comprehended 50% of your sword intent, and you have also comprehended the state of wind to the peak of small success. There is still hope for you to get one of the 20 spots. Zhou Wei smiled bitterly and said, It's nothing. It just allowed me to see myself more clearly. Originally, I thought that although I was not one of the peak people, unable to compare to Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo Chu Mu, and the others, I was still within the top 20. I didn't expect such an ending. I'm improving, but so are the others. Following that, a few more people went down to exchange pointers with each other. Among them, Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and Mu Xinya, the 3 young experts of the Heavenly Fiend Palace, fought each other. There was also the match between Pei Xiaoxian and Xia Xian, as well as the match between Ding Fengqiu and Zuiyamo. These were the most eye-catching. The strength of these people was publicly acknowledged to be at the peak of this place. After a series of battles, everyone was even more certain of this. Even Lu Yong shook his head and sighed after he saw Ding Fengqiu and Zuimo's match. He said, I am not comparable to him. If I meet him, I will immediately admit defeat and conserve my strength for the next battle. On the great Qi nation's side, Hua Yunfei and the others all had unsightly expressions. Originally, they thought that even if there was a gap between them and the people of the other nations, there would not be such a huge gap. At the very least, there would be a chance to turn things around. After watching a few battles, Hua Yunfei shook his head and sighed. He thought to himself, I was truly a frog in a well. Bang! A swordsman from the great Qin nation kicked a cultivator from the imperial capital of the great Qin nation. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was one of extreme pain. That swordsman shook his head and said, The cultivators of the great Qin nation are still not strong enough. Sorry, I should not have challenged you. These words sounded nice. However, when Hua Yunfei and the others heard them, it was worse than humiliation. Don't go. I, Hua Yunfei, challenge you. Hua Yunfei's expression turned sullen as he stood up. He held a scarlet sword and slowly walked towards that swordsman. That swordsman glanced at Hua Yunfei and said seriously, You are stronger than him. I accept your challenge. Boom! The two of them clashed. Hua Yunfei knew that his opponent was not easy to deal with. The moment he stepped up, he executed the bloody kill sword technique to its limits. A scarlet light filled the sky, a sea of blood surged, and a baleful aura rushed into the sky. That swordsman's expression did not change. He retreated step by step, blocking Hua Yunfei's continuous attacks. When that swordsman had nowhere to retreat to, he suddenly stopped. He shook his head and said, What a strong martial technique. Unfortunately, you cannot even comprehend sword intent. It is a waste of this martial technique. Lose. Sword intent rushed into the sky, and that swordsman's aura suddenly soared. His sword technique became very ferocious. With just one sword strike, he managed to repel Hua Yunfei's attack. The sword left a faint wound on his face. After that, that swordsman withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. If he had not been merciful, Hua Yunfei would have died on the spot. Ji Changkong took advantage of the situation and stood up. He said to that swordsman, Ji Changkong, do you mind giving me some pointers? Before that swordsman could reply, a bladesman friend beside him stood up and smiled. You have fought 2 consecutive battles. How about I help you block? Sure, I'll leave Shiyong to you. The swordsman nodded in agreement. He returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Even though he had won 2 battles in a row, he did not care too much about it. In his opinion, defeating the people of the great Qin nation was not something to be proud of. Mu Qingxue said softly, very good. Fight with your full power. That way, you will be convinced of your defeat. Shiyong smiled and said, Don't brag and make others laugh. Speak after you win. Xiao. Ji Changkong took the initiative to attack. He executed the astral swordplay, and a sky full of stars revolved around him. However, that bladesman did not care about his opponent's mysterious phenomenon. He shouted a war cry and hacked down with his saber with all his might. His cultivation was higher than Ji Changkong's. Combined with his tyrannical saber technique, it was sufficient to suppress his opponent. Bang! After clashing head-on a few times, Ji Changkong's arm became numb. His chest ached. He knew that his essence was still lacking compared to his opponent's. He stopped hiding his strength and merged his 20% comprehended sword intent with his sword technique. Finally, he recovered some of his disadvantage. That bladesman smiled and said, Interesting. However, a 20% comprehended sword intent is nothing here. You should still lose. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the saber. This bladesman finally used his full strength. Dang! 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 Ji Changkong blocked 3 strikes in a row. In the end, he could no longer block them. The sword in his hand was knocked away, flying out of the courtyard. Mu Qingxue, who thought that he could show off with his holy weapon, saw Ji Changkong's sword knocked away, and his expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and drank his tea, pretending not to see anything. He had completely given up on challenging others. Just accept your fate. The spiritual energy in the great Qi nation is insufficient, and the competition is not big. Even if we are equal, we are still much weaker than the geniuses of the other nations. In this budding age of geniuses, you are destined to be supporting characters, Shiyong said expressionlessly. Ji Changkong's face was filled with dissatisfaction. However, he had to admit that what Shiyong said was true. Wang, Wang. Just at this moment, a melodious sword hum resounded outside the courtyard. It sounded melodious and resonant. Everyone quickly looked over. They saw a bladesman in white grabbing a sword with 2 fingers outside the door. The force of the sword was very strong. However, that bladesman only used 2 fingers and casually grabbed the tip of the sword. He casually clamped the tip of the sword, and the sword could no longer move forward. It shook and trembled violently in the air. Shiyong's expression changed slightly. He had used his full power in his final 3 attacks. They were his peak killing moves. He was very clear on how strong they were. The sword that he knocked away contained at least half the might of his peak strike. It would not be strange if Shiyong had dodged it. After all, he was already too slow. However, this person only used 2 fingers to grab the tip of the sword and casually blocked it. This was somewhat unbelievable. Today happened to be the 5th day that Zhuo Emo had set. Xiao Chun practiced the Dragon Claw Fist's 4th move, Berserk Dragon. He was too engrossed in it. Originally, he had planned to practice it once more in the morning before setting off. However, who knew? He suddenly comprehended something and became engrossed in it. By the time Xiao Chun reacted, it was already noon. He rushed over in a hurry. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he saw a sword flying at him. At first, Xiao Chun thought that someone was trying to make a move against him. When Xiao Chun saw Ji Changkong and Shiyong, he understood. It was just the shockwaves from the fight. It was clear that Ji Changkong had lost. When Ji Changkong saw Xiao Chun holding his sword, he said with an unfriendly expression, "Give me my sword!" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and flicked his finger. The sword started spinning and flew towards Ji Changkong. Xiao Chun flew towards Ji Changkong and caught the sword. Ji Changkong had an unsightly expression as he returned to his seat. He had not expected that after leaving the great Qi nation, he would not even be able to deal with a minor character. Xiao Chen slowly walked over to Shiyong and said calmly, "The people of the great Qi nation can only be supporting characters. Could it be that you think you are the main character?" Do you dare to repeat what you said earlier? Xiao Qin had heard every single word that the other party said. He found it very laughable. Although the spirit veins in the great Qin nation were rare and the competition was not strong, there were still peak experts like Yin Yu, Chu Chaoyan, and Lung Liusu. This person would not be a match for any one of them. Xiao Qin did not know where this person got his confidence from. Shi Yong mocked. You are from the great Qin nation as well? So what if I say it once? I can say it twice, thrice, or even 4 times. What can you do to me? Don't think that you can scare me just because you showed off your skills. If you are not convinced, you can make a move against me. I will show you what a true bladesman is. Xiao Qin did not say anything more. He took a step forward and circulated the dragon claw fist. He held his saber in his left hand without moving and punched with his right. The fist wind howled, and its aura was overwhelming. When Shi Yong saw that his opponent did not even draw his saber, he could not help but smile coldly. Since you are seeking death, I will grant you your wish. Shi Yong leaned back slightly and held his saber with both hands. A saber light spat out as he hacked at Xiao Qin's fist. Chapter 465. Bang! Xiao Qin's fist wind exploded, and a surging shockwave swept through the surroundings, kicking up fallen leaves. Shi Yong felt his arm tremble, and his saber nearly flew out of his hand. He had not expected Xiao Qin's vital qi to be so strong. Startled, Shi Yong quickly retreated. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm as he activated the blood flame shoes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Shi Yong. Xiao Qin formed a claw with his fingers and gathered all the scattered vital qi. Then he swung his claw heavily, and a bloody mark appeared on Shi Yong's chest. Damn it! I fell for his trick. So, this fellow specializes in claw techniques. Shi Yong retreated again. At the same time, he swung his saber at lightning speed, trying to stop Xiao Qin from continuing to attack. Xiao Qin instantly clenched his fist tightly and turned the claw into a fist. An intense fist wind surged forward. This time, Xiao Qin used the blue dragon's qi. The might of this punch blasted away the saber in Shi Yong's hand. It did not stop there. When it struck Shi Yong's chest, it exploded. Boom! Shi Yong's clothes were blasted into tatters, and he was flung more than 100 meters into the air. The might of this punch completely surpassed everyone's expectations. When they saw this, they were all horrified. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin did not even draw his saber. He used only 3 moves to defeat Shi Yong, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Only the people who came from the same wrestling ring as Xiao Qin were not too surprised. Xia Xian smiled gently and said, "This fellow finally found a superior grade earth ranked fist and palm technique. His strength has indeed soared." After Xiao Qin punched, Shi Yong's body landed heavily on the ground after a long time. He gave off a dull thud before he fainted. Shi Yong's friends looked at Xiao Qin with hostile gazes. They quickly came over and carried Shi Yong away. This was especially so for that swordsman. A hidden killing intent flashed in his eyes. When Hua Yunfei and the others saw Xiao Qin finish off Shi Yong in 3 moves, their hearts involuntarily sank, as if something had shattered within them. Back in the plaza, when the other party first saw him, he had declared that he would personally defeat Xiao Qin, who knew that he couldn't even deal with a small fry, and the person he had said he would defeat easily defeated him in 3 to 5 moves. He felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Unexpectedly, after being left behind by Xiao Qin, in less than half a year, the gap between them had widened so much. In his lifetime, he might not even have the chance to surpass him. Perhaps he might not even have the chance to close the gap between them. Pa, Zhua Mo, who was seated in the middle, looked at the white-robed Xiao Qin and clapped gently. He smiled and said, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Qin, you're truly worthy of being the only one to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Incredible. Is he the contestant with 100 wins? Many people immediately cast curious gazes at Xiao Chen, clicking their tongues. Although most of them had heard of someone obtaining 100 consecutive victories, they had never seen that person before. They did not know who that person was. At this moment, they sized up Xiao Chen again. They were even more astonished than before. When Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, and the others heard this, they could not help but exchange glances. They were speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duemiking said calmly, "Back then, we were all defeated at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. We already lost most of our luck. We should have expected such a situation." The few of them sighed, feeling bitter in their hearts. They did not want to speak anymore. This was probably the so-called stepping stone. Now, they did not even have the qualifications to be stepping stones. It was easy to imagine how upset they were. Xiao Chen looked at Zhuo Mo, Pei Xiaoshuan's mysterious senior brother. He said softly, "It is just luck. It is not exaggerated." Zhuo Mo smiled gently and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that luck is also a kind of strength? I have long wanted to experience your great moves. I wonder if I will have the chance?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It would be my honor." "Very good. I will not stand on ceremony then." Zuomo's gaze turned cold. He pushed off the ground and leaped forward, sending a palm strike at Xiao Chen. "Kassier!" Xiao Chen stabbed his saber into the ground along with its scabbard. Then he charged forward without hesitation. Xiao Chen executed the dragon claw fist and punched the other party's palm. A huge force spread out, and ripples spread out like a screen of water. Who? The two of them retreated upon contact. Their bodies started spinning at the same time. As they spun, they slowly dissipated the force from their opponent. After the two landed, they looked at each other in shock. The essence that came from Xiao Chen's palm made Xiao Chen's fingers ache. This person's essence was much purer than his. Xiao Chen did not know how many natural treasures this person consumed. His cultivation technique might even be a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Zuomo's shock was no less than Xiao Chen's. Pure vital qi surged out from Xiao Chen's fist wind. However, Xiao Chen's essence was no weaker than Zuomo's. Zuo did not expect Xiao Chen to be able to match Xiao Chen with just vital qi. Xiao. After pondering for a while, the two of them quickly started fighting again. Relying on their fists and legs, they began to fight from top to bottom in the courtyard. The two of them moved very quickly. The weaker ones could only see two blurry figures moving up and down. They could not catch their moves. Interesting. These two fellows, one of them is good at summoning spirit beasts and the other is good at using the saber. They are actually fighting with their fists and legs. The myriad fiend palaces, Chu Mu smiled gently and said, "Zimo, Xinya, who do you think will win with their fists and legs?" "Xiao Chen." The two of them said at the same time without hesitation. The strength of Xiao Chen's fists and legs, as well as his physical body, had left a deep impression on the two of them in the wrestling ring. At this moment, it was clear that Xiao Chen had obtained an even higher-ranked fist technique. He had made up for his only weakness. It was hard to imagine that he would be at a disadvantage. Chu Mu smiled and said, "I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Zuo Mo's superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, flowing cloud palm, reached great perfection the day before yesterday. Furthermore, he has incredibly pure essence. There is no reason for him to lose." Figures flashed in the wrestling ring, and the wind howled. As the strong wind rose and fell, the fallen leaves in the courtyard started falling. Dang! Dang! When the fallen leaves struck the tables and chairs, they were like blades embedded in them. A few cultivators who were caught off guard were even injured by the falling leaves. The clothes on their bodies became tattered. They quickly used all sorts of methods to shatter the fallen leaves. What a strong wind! Unexpectedly, Even the aftershocks are so strong. This is still not their true strength. They are just supporting moves. If they were to fight for real, how strong would they be? The crowd thought to themselves. As they looked at the two people in the plaza, a look of astonishment flashed in their eyes. To these people, the 20 spots to enter the ancient desolate tower were already in the bag. In the air, Xiao Chen's fists danced. Sometimes he would use his left hand as a claw and his right hand as a fist, alternating between the two. Sometimes he would directly use the wind generated by his fists to face his enemies. Zuomo's strange style was unpredictable. Zuomo's expression remained calm as he did his best to block Xiao Chen's attacks. It was very difficult for him to find an opportunity to attack Xiao Chen. With two different styles, he did not dare to act rashly. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions rang out in the air again. Vital qi and essence collided, creating ripples. The strong wind in the courtyard intensified once more. Both of them took 5 steps back and stood in the air. Their clothes and hair fluttered in the strong wind. This is the first time I have seen a martial technique that alternates between the fist and the claw. However, if this is all you have, then it ends here. Zuomo shouted and launched another sneak attack. His palm wind danced, and the clouds in the air linked together, making it seem like he was in a sea of clouds. Explode! When Zuomo sent out a palm strike, the clouds gathered. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to send out such a strong punch. Bang! The jade-like, smooth palm collided with the dragon head and immediately gave off a deafening explosion. A semicircle of energy formed in front of the two as they clashed intensely. Chapter 466. Zuomo's face turned slightly red. His surging essence poured into his smooth, jade-like palm like a flowing river. The glazed white light became even brighter. Interesting. This is the first time I met an opponent with such surging essence. Xiao Chen could not help but feel excited. The qi whirlpool in his body spun, and his essence merged with his vital qi. Boom! This time, Zuomo's strength increased explosively. After the dragon head roared, Zuomo was immediately knocked back. Xiao Chen shouted again and took 5 steps in the air. Then he changed his fist into a claw and executed the berserk dragon. Hu Qi. The dragon head twisted and quickly turned into an azure dragon claw. Xiao Chen retracted his arm and swung it forward. Qi. Qi. The azure dragon claw instantly left 5 bloody wounds on Zuomo's chest. It looked very horrifying. Defeat. Xiao Chen's gaze turned stern and stern. He extended the dragon claw and pressed it heavily on Zuomo's chest. Zuomo vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a sandbag. Xiao Chen stood proudly in the air and scattered the blue dragon's energy. The berserk energy immediately dissipated into the strong wind. Unexpectedly, even Zuomo is not a match for him. Could this Xiao Chen already be the strongest person in the 4 nations? It is hard to say. Zuomo's greatest strength is summoning spirit beasts to fight. I heard that he already has a rank 8 spirit beast in his spirit blood jade. That might not be the case. Xiao Chen is a bladesman. He did not even draw his saber. No matter what, Xiao Chen only has the upper hand in terms of punches and kicks. As for who is stronger between the two of them, they will have to fight for real before it can be determined. When the crowd saw Zuomo fall to the ground, they were all extremely shocked. Zuomo had already become famous 2 years ago. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he had managed to get into the top 20. He had fought his way up without any exaggeration. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen, who had just risen up, had beaten him into such a sorry state with his fists and feet. Jiang Zimo smiled gently and said, "Chumu, I was right? It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's physical defense is the strongest under martial monarch. Now that he's obtained a top Earth rank fist technique, He's like a tiger that's grown wings. I'm afraid that in terms of fist techniques, ordinary fist masters aren't a match for him. Chumu muttered in a low voice. It looks like we really underestimated him. 100 consecutive victories is not as simple as luck. 2 years from now, this person will be our main competitor. Zuoemo climbed up in a slightly disheveled manner. Looking at Xiao Chen in the air, he grimaced and said, "It seems that I was rash to use my fists and legs to fight against you. I am going to use my true power. Please use your blade." Xiao. When Xiao Chen landed on the ground, he waved his left hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber stuck in the ground. The beast-taming abode focused on taming and summoning spirit beasts. Zuoemo being able to use his fists and legs to fight against him for so long had already surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. If Zuoemo continued to use his fists and legs, it would be hard to avoid being careless. Xiao Chen said softly, "You are too polite. Please make your move." "Zuoemo, oh Zuoemo, it has only been a year since we last met, and you can't even deal with an inferior grade martial king? You've really disappointed us." Just at this moment, a disharmonious voice resounded in the air. Everyone looked up and saw 4 handsome and elegant youths in embroidered robes. 4 handsome and elegant young men dressed in embroidered robes floated in the air with gloomy eyes. Their auras surged to the heavens. Zuomo's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, a boundless hatred appeared in his eyes. He said through clenched teeth, "Xie Ziwen." Some of the more knowledgeable people below also had ugly expressions on their faces. Xie Ziwen was the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. Furthermore, he was the person who eliminated Zuoemo in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Why is he here in the ancient, desolate land? Everyone wondered suspiciously. Ha! There are quite a few familiar faces here. Dingfeng Chou, Jiang Zimo, Chumu, and Pei Shaoxian are here as well. Xie Ziwen led the 3 and slowly descended 100 meters above the ground. Then he called out names in a frivolous tone. Aside from the few people he called out, the others did not even bother to look at them. They were extremely arrogant. Although most of the people present were unconvinced, they did not show much dissatisfaction on their faces. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, Xie Ziwen had stopped at rank 12. He was just short of entering the top 10, standing at the peak of the entire continent. Xie Ziwen had the capital to be arrogant. He could indeed look down on them. "Senior brother, it looks like there are no experts worth paying attention to here. Even if they enter the ancient, desolate tower, it would be pointless." The 3 people behind Xie Ziwen also had the symbol of the Evil Moon Pavilion embroidered on their collars. Clearly, they were from the Evil Moon Pavilion as well. The people from the 4 great nations are still as trash as they were in the past. Xie Ziwen smiled faintly and said, "That is not a problem. This is good as well. Our chances of entering the ancient, desolate tower have increased." When the people below heard this, their expressions immediately changed. Since when could the people of the Great Jin Nation participate in the selection for the ancient, desolate tower? When Xie Ziwen saw the expressions of the people below, he smiled and said, "Ha! Don't be so shocked. The current Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief owes my master a big favor. Now is the time for him to return the favor. You must be very sad. We lost another 4 spots in an instant." Ha! Xie Ziwen revealed a playful smile as he hovered in the air. He did not care about the crowd at all. It was as if he could defeat them all and had already secured 4 spots. "Let's go. It looks like there are no worthy opponents. The great Zuoemo could not even defeat an inferior grade martial king. This is pointless." "Xiao." Veins bulged on Zuomo's face as he quickly formed hand seals with his right hand. He immediately summoned out a peak rank 7 red-tailed eagle. This red-tailed eagle had lived for an unknown period of time. Its body was incredibly huge. When it spread its wings, It was more than 20 meters wide. Zhuo stood on it, blocking the path of Xiaozuin and the others. I don't think I invited you to this gathering. Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please. Have you asked me, the host? Zhuo said coldly as the red-tailed eagle flapped its wings. He looked expressionlessly at the person who had caused him to lose miserably in the previous five-nation youth competition. Xiaozuin stood in the air and looked at Zhuo. He said indifferently, "Do you want to fight? Have you thought it through? If I really injure you, you won't be able to participate in the arena battles 5 days from now. Don't blame me for being too ruthless." Zhuo said coldly, "Go ahead and make your move. I have been waiting for the day to take revenge for the past 2 years. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I do not have to wait for another 2 years. Senior brother, do you want us to make a move? He looks like he is only a superior grade martial king. He is still far from his limits. There is no need for you to make a move." Xiaozuin smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Let him know the difference between us. The times are different from 2 years ago. That way, he will not be dreaming of entering the top 20 again." When the others heard this, they did not say anything more and quickly moved aside, leaving space for the two of them in the air. Zhuo's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He leaped up and left the red-tailed eagle below him, charging at Xiaozuin. Boom! Boom! As Xiaoqin retreated, his hands quickly formed hand seals. There were a few cracking sounds, and another 3 rank 7 flying spirit beasts appeared in the air. "Go!" Zhuo waved his hand, and the 3 flying spirit beasts flew at Xiaozuin. Together with the red-tailed eagle, they surrounded Xiaozuin. A rank 7 spirit beast was equivalent to a human superior grade martial king. Furthermore, these spirit beasts had undergone special training. Their combat prowess was stronger than demonic beasts of the same rank. The beast-taming abode would make every spirit beast they tamed undergo all sorts of fights and competitions. The ferocity of these spirit beasts was much more terrifying than regular cultivators. However, this was not the most important thing. The most dangerous thing was that the beast-taming abode disciples could use special techniques to control these spirit beasts like they were their own arms. Hence, even though Xiaoqin had suppressed Zhuo earlier, many people did not think that Zhuo would lose. Controlling spirit beasts was the true combat prowess of a beast-taming abode disciple. Bang! 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 Xiaozuin sent out strong winds with his palms, blocking the attacks of the 4 flying spirit beasts. As the strong winds blew, the feathers of the birds fell continuously. Although Xiaozuin could not break out of the spirit beast's encirclement, he did not feel suppressed. Xiaoqin had a relaxed expression. With 1 palm strike, he managed to suppress the 4 spirit beasts. When Zhuo saw the situation slowly tilting in his opponent's favor, his expression changed. While he did his best to control the 4 spirit beasts, he summoned out another 2 flying spirit beasts. This time, 6 flying spirit beasts appeared. Controlling so many spirit beasts at the same time put Zhuo in a very difficult situation. Sweat dripped down his forehead. However, the effort paid off. Under the pincer attack of the 6 spirit beasts, Xiaozuin's expression finally turned cautious. He was no longer as relaxed as before. How strong! I did not expect Zhuo to be able to control 6 spirit beasts at the same time. He has probably cultivated the beast-subduing art to the 7th layer. Perhaps this time, he might be able to wash away his previous humiliation. No matter how strong the geniuses of the great Jin nation are, there is a limit. When the crowd saw the advantage tilting in Zhuo's favor, they all felt excited. No matter what, they were all people of the 4 great nations. Being looked down on by the people of the great Jin nation would make anyone feel uncomfortable. However, they all knew their limits. They knew they were not a match for Xiaozuin. If Zuo could help them vent their frustrations, they would naturally feel better. Xiao! Just at this moment, Zuo clenched his teeth and quickly formed hand seals. 2 more rank 7 flying spirit beasts appeared. 8. There is hope now. The crowd could not help but exclaim excitedly. Xiao Chun held his lunar shadow saber and glanced at Xie Ziwen's 3 juniors. He discovered that they were extremely calm, not showing any fluctuations in their expressions. He thought to himself, it looks like things are not that simple. No matter how many rank 7 spirit beasts there are, they might not be able to suppress Xie Ziwen. There is no end to this. Break for me. Seeing Zuo summon another 2 spirit beasts, Xie Ziwen's expression turned cold. He snorted coldly, and a resplendent fiery light appeared on his palms. Ring of wind, flaming palm. Xie Ziwen pressed his palms together, and a fiery ring of fire immediately spread out from his body. Bang! The first ring of fire knocked back the 6 spirit beasts. The second ring of fire ignited all the feathers on the 6 flying spirit beasts.